Okay, good morning, everybody. I think we're about ready to get started. Just the last few people come in. So my name is Steven Zoff, and I'm the Executive Director here at the Center for Automotive Research at Stanford. I wanted to thank you all for coming here this morning. And just to give you a little bit of background, the Center for Automotive Research at Stanford is an affiliate program of many of the manufacturers and suppliers in the automotive space. And we like to think of ourselves as a neutral ground for discussing important issues around personal mobility and around the automotive space. And so what better place to do this sort of event? So I really want to thank NHTSA for allowing us to host this here today. I also wanted to thank especially the people that have helped put this event together. That's Adele Tanaka, Irina Dubois, Joe Yuan, as well as many of the other people from NHTSA, Ivan as well, thank you. And when I was thinking about what this event is about, the word that kept coming to mind was one of civic duty. So in an election year, it's very easy to think about the concept of civic duty as being all about voting and what you do in November. But I think of today really as a much more personal and much more direct form of civic duty, which is you are here today to help your government make better regulations around a topic that you know quite a bit about. So as people are making comments here today, I would encourage you to think about that concept as one of duty, not one of an opportunity. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Jem Atipoğlu to get things started. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi, thanks for everyone coming. We have 30 speakers, and it will be about 8 to 10 minutes for each speaker to make oral remarks, but we encourage everybody to submit detailed feedback to the open docket. And I will not spend much more time than that, but it's my pleasure to introduce the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration's Administrator, Dr. Mark Roskine, to make some opening remarks.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Just checking. Do I have to do that over there? Good morning over there? Yeah, okay, just checking you're there. Thanks, everybody, for being here today. This is our second public meeting being held by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration as we develop guidelines for the safe deployment of automated safety technology. And there is one very important reason that drives our work. That is a number, 32,675. That is the number of lives lost on our roadways in 2014. And in 2015, that number is going to be higher. Just to give you some sense of meaning, that is the equivalent of a 747 crashing every week. If you think about it, in the United States, that could happen once, and then the entire aviation system would be shut down. We would never allow that to happen. And yet we are allowing 32,675 lives lost in 2014, more in 2015. So why am I sharing this data with you? After all, we're here to discuss autonomous vehicles, not crash data, right? Well, wrong. These numbers are exactly the reason that we're here today, because we know that 94% of crashes, a different human choice could have made the difference between life and death. And that is the promise of automation, and it's why we are aggressively looking for new technologies that could help save lives on our roadways. At NHTSA, our first and really our only concern is safety. And I believe too often we are talking about a tension or striking a balance between safety and innovation, as if there's some trade-off between those two. It's true, there are real and significant questions about the safety of new technology. And at the same time that new technology is bringing safety advancements, it is also creating new vulnerabilities and new risks. That's why we're taking a very deliberate approach, making sure we get the safety advancements we know are going to work and get them on the road as fast as we can, but also making sure that new automated technology is safe. But I would challenge us to think about how this is not about seeking some balance between safety and innovation as if they are on opposite sides of a spectrum. Instead, we're focused on promoting safety innovation, aligning our actions and priorities around what will do the most to save the most lives on our roadways. The Department of Transportation, under the leadership of Secretary Fox, is leaning forward on automated vehicles. I'm going to take just a moment now to explain what NHTSA is doing on automated vehicle policy development and how today's meeting fits in with those efforts. In January, Secretary Fox announced the department's strategy on autonomous vehicles, And that strategy has 5 distinct elements. First, President Obama has proposed a 10-year, $3.9 billion investment in automated safety technologies. That investment will enable a number of key initiatives, from funding a large-scale pilot and different deployments around the country to funding additional research into automation technologies and cybersecurity. Second, NHTSA is using its existing authorities to issue regulatory interpretations and exemptions to enable safety innovation. Third, NHTSA is developing operational guidance for the safe deployment of automated vehicles. This guidance will provide manufacturers and other stakeholders with guidelines for how NHTSA expects safe automated vehicles to behave in a variety of conditions on our roads. Fourth, NHTSA is working with partners to develop model state policy on automated vehicles. Our goal here is to respond to the many states that have reached out to NHTSA for guidance in this area, help them develop policies that mesh with policies in their neighbor states, and policy that we at the federal level are developing. Our intent is to have a uniform nationwide framework to help enable innovation. Fifth and finally, we are working to develop and identify a plan for new tools and authorities that NHTSA would need to fulfill our safety mission in this new era. And so that brings us to today. At NHTSA, we are seeking to engage as many stakeholders as we can get, because we want to collect their ideas and expertise as we build these policies. Our goal is to build operational guidance, and we're looking for your help to do so. So there's one question that deserves special consideration as we hear the discussions today. In this new era, what are the metrics by which we will measure the safety value and roadworthiness of new technologies? Anyone who's interacted with us knows we are going around talking about what are the new safety metrics as we move forward. Because the old model of counting vehicle miles traveled, of counting crashes and injuries, is just not sufficient for adequately understanding these new technologies. This is a question we're asking all the stakeholders, and let's be honest, it is not an easy question to answer. But it's going to be critical for us to understand as we are developing new ways to assess new technologies and to analyze their life-saving potential. Now, there's one more question that I've heard a lot, and it's one I can actually answer, and that question is, why now? Why is the Department of Transportation pressing ahead so deliberately on automated vehicle technology policies when a lot of people say that technology is just not ready for the road? Well, here's the answer. Technology is already on the road. Safety technologies like automatic emergency braking, lane assist, adaptive cruise control, already in the cars, and probably many of you, if not most of you, drove here with these capabilities already in your vehicles. Higher levels of automated vehicle technology are already being tested on U.S. roads just as we speak. The Department of Transportation is absolutely leaning forward on this technology because we want to promote the innovations that will help save lives. And we want to make sure that we have effective ways of measuring and monitoring the technologies that are changing the way Americans drive today. This public meeting is one opportunity to hear from a range of people who will bring unique perspectives on these issues. We held our first meeting a couple of weeks ago in Washington, D.C. We heard from a very broad array of stakeholders whose insights are already proving useful in our ongoing process. So we are here to listen. We look forward to continuing this discussion in the days and weeks to come. But before we get to that, there's one more number that I would like to leave you with. That number is 613,501. And that's the number of lives that have been saved over a 50-year period due to safety technology. Those are vehicle safety advancements that have saved 613,501 lives. That includes seatbelts, airbags, other safety technology innovations that we know work. Technology has already a proven track record of saving lives. And so we may be on the cusp of a revolution of safety innovation for our roadways. So how many more lives could we save? That's what we're all excited about and want to find out the answer. I hope that's what's driving all of us, is making our roads as safe as possible. Everybody knows too many lives already lost, the tragedy that that number is going up. We have to continue doing what we know will work to save those lives, but we have to look for new tools. That means really exploring every new possibility, and when you think about that 94%, safety technology and the innovations there represent a real real opportunity for us. So thank you all for joining us today. We look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Administrator Rosekind, for setting the stage for why we're here today and why it is truly an exciting time to be in automotive safety. The advent of what we're able to do today with sensors sort of pales in comparison to what we were able to do just 3, 5, or 10 years ago. And so the reason why we're here is really to figure out what are those new things that we need to be evaluating when we look at sort of higher levels of automated vehicle functions. And so the 15 topic areas that we outlined in the Federal Register notice that announced this meeting were built on a variety of solid foundations, one of which is just NHTSA's own knowledge in the space. But there's also been a tremendous amount of work done by the Transportation Research Board, National Academy of Sciences, other governments have sort of put together what are kind of the key research challenges. And we've taken that and boiled them up into what we think are sort of 15 key topic areas that might potentially address operational guidelines for automated vehicles. So with that sort of in the back of your mind, I'll invite Mr. Harry Lightsey to come up and start us on this journey.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Administrator Rosekind, Associate Administrator Buse. My name is Harry Lightsey. I am General Motors Executive Director for Global Public Policy, focusing on automated and connected vehicles. As a leader in automated driving technologies, GM is changing the way the industry approaches personal mobility. And when it comes to these technologies, all of our efforts are built on the same bedrock principle. Our top priority is safety. To that end, we look forward to working with the agency during this industry redefinition. GM has a strong track record in autonomous vehicle research, and as our recent announcements and investments have shown, we are striving to lead in automated driving technologies. Many of today's active safety features, such as full speed range adaptive cruise control and lane keeping assist, are steps toward autonomous driving. Ultimately, we believe that automated driving technologies have tremendous potential to reduce the human behavior challenges that cause over 90% of vehicle crashes. Additionally, our recent investments in Lyft and Cruise automation prove how serious GM is about leading in this space. Cruise's deep software talent and rapid development capabilities, combined with our resources and expertise, will further accelerate our progress in autonomous vehicle technology. Our partnership with the ride-sharing company Lyft also complements our expertise in autonomous vehicles by providing a ride-sharing platform to support potential deployment programs. In fact, we believe the next logical step toward public availability of autonomous vehicles will be controlled ride-sharing projects such as those we are planning with Lyft. These projects will allow the public to safely experience autonomous vehicles and gauge acceptance, while at the same time protecting public safety. This style of deployment also encourages partnership with local and state governments, which will help ensure full public benefit from the technology. I want to be clear that safety is a critical focus of these opportunities. Autonomous technology has the potential to significantly improve mobility for all people, and it must be developed carefully, keeping the public and safety in mind. Automation systems pose new technical challenges, not only around the capability of the system to literally drive by itself, but also in defining ways to measure and demonstrate the safety of such systems. We believe that safety needs to be an overriding priority of any field deployment of automated driving technology. The continuous operating modes that some automation systems may operate in show a need to look at new and innovative methods of assessing safety. Technical collaboration may be the best way to help define these new methods and metrics that would support the agency's guidance statements, and we would be committed to help in such an effort. Autonomous vehicles provide a new opportunity for industry to work together and advance safety like never before. This is an important time for us to come together and proactively advance safety. Regardless of who is talking, this shared message needs to be heard clearly. Autonomous vehicles also present an opportunity to engage the disabled and to better understand the unique needs of this community. In closing, General Motors enthusiastically supports policy initiatives to accelerate the development and adoption of safe, high-level vehicle automation through real-world projects. We look forward to working with NHTSA to spur development of these technologies as safely and as rapidly as possible. GM will respond to the issue areas contained in the NHTSA Autonomous Vehicle Federal Register notice, and we'll submit our written comments to the docket at a later point in time. Thank you very much for holding this public meeting and for the opportunity for us to address you. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. Next up, we have Ms. Debbie Weir from MAD.
Thank you. One of our local victim families was on their way from Mountain View to be here today to support also, but they're stuck in traffic on I-580 due to a deadly crash. It's horrific. And so that's why MAD is here today, because we're all about saving lives. So on behalf of MAD, I would like to thank NHTSA for the opportunity to provide comments on autonomous vehicles. In 2006, MAD launched its campaign to eliminate drunk driving, which established a national blueprint to eliminate drunk driving. The campaign established 3 national priorities: support for high visibility law enforcement efforts to deter drunk driving, support for ignition interlock laws in all states to require all convicted drunk drivers to use an ignition interlock, and the development of advanced vehicle technologies which could one day stop a drunk driver from driving his or her vehicle. To date, progress has been exceptional. The National Drive Sober or Get Pulled Over campaign reminds drivers if they drive drunk, they will get caught. 26 states have passed laws requiring all convicted drunk drivers to use interlocks. And finally, the Congress has authorized the Driver Alcohol Detection System for Safety, or DADS. The goal of DADS is to create a passive alcohol detection system to detect the driver's blood alcohol content. If the BAC is above 0.08, the vehicle will be inoperable. Thanks to groups like MAD, drunk driving is now recognized as a serious crime instead of a punchline on late-night television. Similarly, other groups have called attention to and educated the public on our dangerous traffic activities like distracted driving, speeding, issues regarding older drivers, and the need to emphasize pedestrian safety. If Mary and Tom were here and not stuck in traffic due to a deadly crash, I would introduce them, Mary and Tom Klotzbach. Mary is a MAD National Board member. They live in California. Their son, Matt, who was a third-year student at the Naval Academy, was killed in a drunk driving crash in California, and they were also injured. MAD's goal is to create a future of no more victims. While great progress in highway safety has been made, traffic fatalities, injuries, and crashes take an enormous toll on our country. Vehicle safety has been the subject of recent media attention, but the fact is 94% of all traffic deaths are caused by driver behavior, and almost all are 100% preventable. 100% preventable deaths and injuries provide a lifetime sentence for victims and survivors trying to pick up the pieces of their lives. The numbers are staggering. In 2014, 31,675 people were killed and over 2.3 million were injured nationwide in traffic crashes. This same year, 9,068 people were killed because of drunk drivers. This represents almost 1/3 of all traffic deaths. Clearly, drunk driving remains a major problem. The comprehensive cost of all these crashes is $846 billion. In our country, drunk driving has been made socially unacceptable, yet people continue to drive drunk. An average drunk driver drives drunk 80 times before their first arrest. The same is true with many types of distracted driving. Drivers know not to text and drive, yet continue to do so, knowing the consequences can literally be life or death. In June 2015, MAD updated our mission statement to help include, we want to help fight against drugged driving. There is evidence that presence of drugs in drivers is increasing, but the true extent of drug-impaired driving may not be known for some time. Autonomous vehicle technology, and specifically driverless cars, could be a game changer in behavioral traffic safety. Driverless cars have the potential to help eliminate drunk, drugged, and drowsy driving. A fully autonomous vehicle would stop a drunk or drugged driver simply because they can't physically drive the vehicle. I would also like to point out that driverless cars could do much more than stop drunk driving. These vehicles could potentially stop most of the traffic deaths in our country. A driverless car is not distracted. It ensures occupants are traveling at appropriate speeds, and it would avoid pedestrians and bicyclists. While improving safety, a driverless car would also create new mobility opportunities. Older drivers who may be shut in or unable to drive when they were once active. Some drivers may not be able to drive at night and would have a transportation option. Members of the disabled community who may not be able to drive could now have new opportunities for transportation like never before. To that end, MAD strongly supports the development of fully autonomous vehicles. It is important that technology and automotive companies be supported as they develop these technologies and look to NHTSA for safety guidance. We believe it is critical that NHTSA create guidelines that allow for the safe development of fully driverless cars, as these technologies create so many opportunities to not only save lives, but to create new opportunities for all people. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you for that, and thank you for highlighting sort of the importance of pursuing all technology options, DADs included. I think sometimes that gets lost in the conversation when we talk about automated vehicles. Next up, we have the Honorable David Strickland.
Good morning, Administrator Rosekind and the NHTSA Vehicle Research and Safety teams. To begin, I'd like to thank you for your hard work and leadership on self-driving vehicle technologies. From the announcement in January with Secretary Fox on the Obama administration's commitment to provide nearly $4 billion over 10 years to support and accelerate the development of an automated vehicle, to today's public meeting on developing operational guidelines, the agency clearly recognizes the incredible promise automated vehicles can provide. As you are all deeply aware, the work on automated driving has gone on for years in various venues by diverse parties, but the evolution of active safety and automated technologies have brought us to a point where crucial decisions about our transportation future are upon us. Over the last several decades, the agency's and the auto industry's primary approach to reducing fatalities is to improve occupant protection by making the passenger cabin more robust and capable of protecting drivers and passengers. This concept of crashworthiness has allowed us to enjoy a dramatic decline in fatalities, but persistent challenges such as human error, driver impairment, not wearing seatbelts, and newer challenges such as device-related distraction continue to be contributing factors that lead to a loss of life that remains an ongoing public health challenge. Despite decades of success in reducing that number, we still see close to 33,000 lives lost each year on our roadways. That translates to approximately 90 fatalities per day due to traffic crashes. More frustrating is that we are seeing an upward trend in fatalities after enjoying years of significant reductions. While we must continue to make strides in crashworthiness and improving driver behavior, the future of occupant protection includes active safety and crash avoidance systems as new and important tools in this fight. I strongly believe that fully autonomous self-driving vehicles have the potential to significantly transform and advance the personal safety of passengers and other roadway users from what we are currently experiencing. That's why many of us are here today. With all the various active safety technologies that are currently being deployed, it is imperative that we do not lose sight of the wide societal benefits fully self-driving vehicles can provide. Full self-driving technology directly addresses driver awareness and error, can reduce congestion, and would provide the opportunity for millions of people to attain individual mobility that are currently foreclosed from driving. Because of the importance of deploying fully autonomous self-driving vehicles as quickly as possible, 5 companies have decided to come together to form the Self-Driving Coalition for Safer Streets. The founding members of this coalition are Ford Motor Company, Google, Lyft, Uber, and the Volvo Car Group. I will be serving this coalition as its counsel and its spokesperson. This coalition's purpose is to create a means by which civic leaders, community organizers, businesses, lawmakers, and regulators can work together to advance the deployment of fully autonomous self-driving vehicles in a safe and timely manner. This coalition will be working with the broadest spectrum of stakeholders to make NHTSA Level 4 self-driving capabilities available to America's drivers and passengers and pedestrians as soon as possible. One reason why this coalition of innovators came together is that despite the abundant benefits to society from this technology, there are policy issues and inconsistencies in the regulatory environment today that could greatly delay deployment or possibly deny full self-driving for many that would benefit from its purpose. The coalition will engage with civic leaders so that any regulatory or legislative actions designed to improve safety do not foreclose Level 4 self-driving, and to ensure that this is achieved in a timely manner. In the 6 years since I've been working on automated driving, I've seen it develop from a novel and promising research project to a robust technology development effort with a very near-term deployment horizon. We are years, not decades, away from this becoming a reality for the American public. The stakes are enormous. The means to address many crash risks, provide independence, identity, and dignity to seniors and the differently abled, to reduce congestion, are things that cannot be ignored or should be denied. The Self-Driving Coalition for Safer Streets looks forward to working with all of you on the operational guidelines and the other aspects of making full self-driving an immediate reality. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mr. John Doan.
From my colleagues at Self-Driving MN and the millions of Americans with disabilities, thank you for giving a voice to people with disabilities at your 2 national sessions. My name is John Doan. I'm a father, brother, engineer, and concerned citizen. I'm also one of the proud founding members and leaders of Self-Driving MN. Self-Driving MN is a citizen-organized initiative working to ensure that autonomous vehicles deliver safe, equitable, accessible, and affordable transportation independence for people with disabilities and older Americans who are unable to drive. We're grassroots organizations of concerned advocates who see a glaring public need and a way to satisfy that need. I'm here today to ask that every conversation about AVs in every hearing room, we keep the need of Americans with disabilities front and center. On a personal note, My older brother, Roy, who is in his mid-40s, has MS and seizures. He was diagnosed about 10 years ago and is no longer able to drive. He works part-time at a retail store in St. Paul. Now, while we call Minnesota home, we have this delightful thing called winter. On a decent day, Roy will ride his bike door to door, which takes about 30 to 40 minutes to get to work. During the winter, Roy commutes by walking from his home to the bus stop, transferring to the light rail train, then a short walk to work, which can take 45 minutes to an hour. On a sub-zero day with wind chills that cut to the bone, my mom, staff at his group home, and I figure out a ride for Roy. It's not convenient, but we're family, and we make it work. I wonder what happens to the Roys of the world who do not have a family close or access to transit or paratransit. It means deciding between having a job, going to the doctor, visiting the library, or a myriad of other things that we all take for granted all so often. I was lucky enough to meet like-minded people through a workshop hosted by the University of Minnesota's Humphrey School for Public Policy. From that chance encounter, we formed the core group that is now Self-Driving MN. So what can citizens do regarding an autonomous vehicle industry that by some estimates will grow to a multi-trillion-dollar market? Well, let me tell you. First, we can make sure that automated vehicles are designed and built with everyone in mind, not just those who are able-bodied. We can ensure that the diversity of vehicle types, interface, functionality incorporates the diversity of uses and needs. We can promise that my friend and self-driving partner, Michael, who was born blind, has the functionality he needs to safely and comfortably access and interact with an automated vehicle. We can guarantee that my other self-driving colleague, Joan, who's the executive director of the Minnesota Council on Disabilities and uses a wheelchair, does not have to seek out a $25,000 retrofit kit to achieve safe personal mobility. Self-Driving MN wants to make sure that federal, state, and local laws and regulations do not hamper, slow down, stall, or misdirect development of AV technology. In Minnesota, we introduced TIM's bill, which is currently working its way through the legislative session. TIM, T-I-M, is an acronym for Transportation Independence for Many. Coincidentally, it's also the name of my co-founder's 19-year-old son, who is on the autism spectrum and may never learn to drive. Tim's bill would create a policy task force charged to examine and recommend to the Minnesota legislature and governor the benefits, costs, business models, liabilities, legal and legislative implications of having self-driving vehicles operate in Minnesota to serve people with disabilities, and it would oversee an automated vehicle pilot program. It proposes a $5 million state appropriation primarily to fund the automated vehicle pilot program. The pilot program would include a public-private partnership with paratransit services provided by automated vehicles to a pre-qualified group of Minnesotans with disabilities within a defined geographic area over an extended period of time. Participation guidelines and eligibility requirements would be defined by the task force and could include participants from urban, suburban, and rural communities. There's a strong business case for investing public dollars in the development and deployment of safe, autonomous vehicle technology for paratransit. The Twin Cities Paratransit Program, known as Metro Mobility, is an award-winning service that is federally mandated for areas where fixed-route transit service is provided. In 2015, the region spent over $62 million in federal and state funds to provide over 2.1 million rides. That resulted in about a $30 cost per ride. Fares range from $3 to $4 per ride, which means that the public subsidy is somewhere between $26 and $27, again, per ride. The math looks even starker as baby boomers and demand for metro mobility is projected to grow at over 5% annually. The perfect storm occurs as there is a shortage of metro mobility drivers to keep pace with current demand. Drivers can't be hired and trained fast enough. All that leads to an immediate and growing need for AV technology to serve people with disabilities and to solve this impending imbalance between supply and demand. It's also important to note that paratransit is only federally required where fixed route transit service is provided. So many suburbs and rural areas have limited or no paratransit service. While self-driving MN is working at the state level, national guidance and funding is also needed. The FAST Act, created within the federal 5310 paratransit program, which in fiscal year 2016 is funded at nearly $265 million, provides a $2 million per year discretionary set-aside fund, which grows to $3.5 million per year over the life of the FAST Act, to finance and fund innovative paratransit projects. We appreciate that nominal resources are being made available through the 5310 program, but much more innovative funding is needed considering the scale of the paratransit program nationally and the need locally. In January of this year, Secretary Fox announced a 10-year, nearly $4 billion proposed federal investment to accelerate the development and adoption of safe, automated vehicle technology through real-world pilot projects. While it is not under the direct purview of NHTSA, we support the administration's proposal and request that when funds are available, that USDOT provides flexibility, outreach, and priority funding status to projects that serve people with disabilities. Now let me repeat that. It's important that not only we make it flexible and that we make sure that people have an opportunity to compete for those dollars, but that there's priority funding status for projects that serve people with disabilities, because that is a present and immediate need that the public sector provides. We believe that federal laws and guidance are important, but that there needs to be opportunities for states to identify how this technology can address their social needs and values. Federal preemption may serve the interests of some, but may also foreclose serving the interests of certain communities or society at large. Minnesota's proposed AV pilot program is an example of how and why states can be a powerful laboratory for innovation. In conclusion, the mobility needs of Americans with disabilities and older adults are real, immediate, and ever-present. Every day, week, month, and year that passes is not only an avoidable death or life-changing injury, but a loss of opportunity for those who cannot drive themselves to work or be fully mobile, contributing members of our community. I want to admit that I do not know the future landscape of a world full of AVs. If car ownership will shift to a more shared use or subscription model of mobility, which I believe is the likely scenario, we invite federal officials, car manufacturers, technology companies, service providers, and others to contact me personally at john.doan@selfdrivingmn or connect with us at selfdrivingmn.org. Whatever the AV future is, Self-Driving MN wants to make sure we all can equally access, use, afford, and benefit from it. The arc of AV technology is in full swing, and we don't want to be left behind. Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Ralph Munster. Oh, you're sitting right there.
Good morning, and thanks to the NHTSA to host this workshop, and CARS for host it as well. My name is Ralph Munster. I'm with Texas Instruments, a global semiconductor supplier with over 35,000 employees and a significant revenue base in automotive. Texas Instruments is an innovative technology provider enabling many aspects of modern cars' advanced safety features. Autonomous vehicles are poised to dramatically transform the transportation industry and are one of the most significant disruptions the automotive industry has seen in the last 100 years. There are unprecedented benefits for autonomous vehicles. We talked about it before, significantly curbing the more than 1 million traffic fatalities annually worldwide, unleashing trillions of previously non-productive hours, possibly solving some of the unsurmountable traffic challenges of our suburban and metropolitan areas, and lastly, providing mobility and freedom to disabled and elderly people. Embracing the adoption and integration of autonomous vehicles will help the American economy, maintain the country's competitiveness, and generate more technology jobs. It's pertinent that obstacles that would prevent the delay technology innovations from realizing that safety potentials are minimized. One important policy goal should be avoiding a patchwork of different federal and state standards. As policymakers develop a legal and regulatory framework for automated vehicles, it will be important to ensure that regulations do not get so far ahead of the technology that they stifle innovation. However, it's also key to adopt the technology in a manner that's safe. There are many sensor technologies available today, many times better than the human sensors. It's pertinent that we take advantage of all the sensing modalities available to us and to provide redundancy in case of failures. In this sense, we see, for example, LiDAR or laser scanners as key technology that should be adopted in addition to high-definition radar and camera-based systems. Thank you for the opportunity to deliver comments.
I have one, before you go, I have one how do you see communications technology and that sensor suite for redundancy?
So vehicle to
Or whatever.
X communication is another modality, a sensing modality. It's kind of a sixth sense for the car. It sees beyond the senses that we have, and it should be implemented as well. Might take a little longer because, to have a significant base in automotive, but I think that's another sensor form that should be implemented.
Thank you. Just want to do a check if Michael Lauer is here from Delphi. No, all right. Mr. Denny Kobza. No. Mr. Daniel Bartz? Okay, thank you. This is good. Emily, I know you're here.
Good morning. My name is Emily Frascaroli, and I'm here on behalf of Ford Motor Company. Thank you for letting me speak again. I promise I will be brief today. Ford again commends Secretary Fox and Administrator Rosekind for their leadership in developing guidelines for the safe deployment and operation of automated vehicle technologies. Ford is serious about developing fully autonomous vehicles and has dedicated significant time and resources to that effort. We believe fully autonomous vehicles have the potential to help our customers drive more safely, facilitate mobility for those currently unable to drive, and reduce the environmental impact of traffic congestion. Given the proper regulatory environment within well-defined areas and under favorable weather conditions, these vehicles can be functioning on the road safely within 4 years. For us, the proper regulatory environment begins with uniform nationwide guidelines for autonomous vehicle deployment and operation. At NHTSA's public meeting earlier this month, I stressed the need for a broadly adopted set of defined levels of autonomy. Again, Ford believes that levels of autonomy, such as those developed by SAE, should be the foundation for any national guideline or regulatory approach, particularly because they recognize that certain requirements make sense for certain levels of vehicle autonomy and not for others. For Ford, however, market introduction of a fully autonomous vehicle doesn't necessarily have to track incremental progress through SAE's levels of autonomy. While we do have a robust bottom-up approach to developing and advancing driver assist technologies, or DAT, our separate autonomous vehicle development program is focused on delivering SAE Level 4 automation capability, which means the driving mode-specific performance by an automated driving system of all aspects of the dynamic driving task, even if a human driver does not respond appropriately to a request to intervene. We share technology and learning between the driver assist and autonomous technology teams, but they're independent. Driver assist technologies and semi-autonomous vehicle technologies are beginning to shape views on the higher levels of automation, and therefore Ford believes customer experiences with these technologies are vital. Nevertheless, from a technology perspective, we don't believe that market introduction of AVs is dependent on DAT rollout. On a related note, we firmly believe that any prohibition on vehicles that are capable of operation without a driver in the vehicle, such as were included in California's draft regulations, will be an inhibitor to the revolutionary opportunities fully autonomous vehicles may provide. We've encouraged California DMV to work closely with NHTSA to ensure such vehicles can meet their full potential and allow for driverless operation. With that said, I'm very pleased to reiterate that Ford has joined with Google, Lyft, Uber, and Volvo Cars to establish the Self-Driving Car Coalition for Safer Streets. Our coalition will work to promote the potential safety and societal benefits of fully autonomous vehicles. We look forward to working with NHTSA and other interested stakeholders to establish a clear national framework that will enable the safe and timely deployment of fully autonomous vehicles and related services. The gateway to a bright future for autonomous vehicles and the services that they will provide starts with a uniform national approach. We believe that kind of approach can achieve the goal Administrator Rosekind described at the first public meeting and again today, promoting both safety and innovation at the same time. Thank you again for allowing Ford to share its views, and we again look forward to submitting written comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie. Next up, we have Mr. James Kuffner.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to express Toyota's thoughts on the guidelines for the safe deployment and operation of automated vehicle safety technologies. My name is James Kuffner, and I'm the Chief Technology Officer at the Toyota Research Institute. The Toyota Research Institute was announced in November 2015 as a $1 billion investment by Toyota with an initial focus on artificial intelligence, also referred to as AI, robotics, and materials science. This investment includes establishing AI research centers right here near Stanford University and near the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Just a few weeks ago, we also announced a third location near the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. Toyota is excited about the benefits automated driving can bring to its customers and to society. Just like any other technology we deploy, Toyota follows strict and established industry-accepted processes to ensure our vehicles have high levels of safety for all road users. Every new technology brings new challenges that require both industry and government to work together to solve. We've been collaborating with the industry and the public sector to address potential areas of concern as we develop these automated driving systems through industry associations and research organizations. Toyota considers safety to be of utmost importance and is committed to developing safe and reliable automated driving systems. Thus, Toyota has articulated a vision that includes a gradual progression in automated driving. Near-term systems will still require a human driver to monitor the driving environment and the automated driving system, and later systems will gradually remove the human driver from traditional driving responsibilities. As our work to improve sensor technology, supporting infrastructure, and artificial intelligence continues, it will be imperative that the human driver or operator understand and work cohesively with the automated driving system. I'll now provide comments on some of the questions posed in the Federal Register notice. To begin, we believe NHTSA should be very clear as to exactly what level of automation these guidelines will be applied to. The level and capability of a system should be identified by the manufacturer. We believe that any new regulatory framework for automated vehicles should apply only to Level 4 and Level 5 systems as defined by SAE J3016, where the automated driving system and not the human driver monitors the driving environment. We believe more study is required to determine what, if any, new regulations may be needed at SAE Level 3 and below, and that the technical and human interface issues for these systems are different than at Level 4 and above. A number of states have enacted legislation or issued regulations allowing testing or deployment of automated vehicles on public roads. While well-intentioned, some of the regulatory frameworks are burdensome and restrictive, having the unintended effect of impeding progress and innovation. In addition, the regulatory frameworks that are emerging differ, in some cases significantly, state by state. As vehicles are inherently mobile and will undoubtedly cross state lines, a patchwork of state laws governing these systems will create significant impediments to widespread deployment. A single federal regulatory framework is needed. While such a regulatory framework is needed, we believe it is too soon to set minimum performance requirements for automated driving system. The truth is that more research needs to be done to inform and support the development of these requirements. Moreover, these technologies are still in the process of being developed, and we believe it is best for NHTSA, as it has done in the past, to set performance requirements after the technology has been introduced in the market. We believe it is also critical that the U.S. Department of Transportation work together with international counterparts to avoid a patchwork of national frameworks on automated vehicle technology. There should be a common set of definitions and deployment requirements so manufacturers can offer their automated driving systems to consumers in all countries. The success of many of these systems is impacted by the roadway infrastructure. Clear, obstruction-free, and standardized lane markings and traffic signs and signals will enable a safe environment for automated vehicle deployment. While there are multiple ways for vehicles to identify surrounding objects and infrastructure, some manufacturers use sensor fusion to compare and validate data from multiple sensors. Multiple sources can be used to strengthen the system's confidence in the data it is receiving. Degradation of infrastructure limits the data the system needs for validation in order to confidently maneuver through its environment. If NHTSA and US DOT can help address these challenging areas, manufacturers may be able to bring these technologies to consumers sooner. With regards to evaluation and testing scenarios, it is difficult to establish objective test procedures and scenarios for confirming proper system functionality. However, as one solution, we would like to propose to conduct tests at a few representative and specific test courses to confirm basic vehicle autonomy functions. We believe NHTSA should continue to utilize the self-certification model for minimum capabilities. An automated driving system's operational boundaries, which can include, among others, geographic locations, roadway types, traffic conditions, and weather conditions, are determined by the manufacturer, and recognition of these boundaries can occur in a number of ways. We believe it is best for NHTSA to refrain from issuing guidelines or vehicle safety regulations on how a vehicle detects whether or not it is within its designated operational boundaries, but rather focus on identifying minimum requirements such as what information must be communicated to the human driver. One of the biggest challenges in partially automated driving is addressing the human factors concern. We believe it is inappropriate to adopt a one-size-fits-all approach for driver transition. The way that a manufacturer communicates information to the human driver should remain flexible, but NHTSA could set minimum requirements on what information is communicated to the driver. NHTSA may also want to consider requiring manufacturers to have a fail-safe mode in the emergency event that an operator cannot take over control of the vehicle. Data will be critical to understand system behavior in various scenarios. We believe NHTSA should first mention the purpose of such data storage in the common guideline. NHTSA should set minimum requirements for which sensor data is recorded, at what frequency, and time recording prior to a crash. Automated driving systems are designed to avoid hazards by using sensor data to analyze the driving environment and maneuver through traffic in a safe manner. If a crash is imminent because the ADS was unable to avoid the hazard, existing crash avoidance systems will come into play and engage if necessary. We do not believe any additional crash avoidance requirements are necessary. In closing, we believe that automated driving technology is transformative and will have a significant and unprecedented impact on reducing the number of traffic fatalities and injuries, as well as ultimately expanding the accessibility of safe automotive transportation to all. We are excited for the future, and we look forward to continuing to work with you going forward. Although a number of states have enacted legislation or issued regulations allowing testing or deployment of automated vehicles on public roads, since the contents and degree of these requirements vary, we welcome NHTSA's future activity, unifying the regulations of each state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, James. Before you run off, anybody have any questions? I've got one question while these guys maybe think of another one. You mentioned established industry best practices. This is very early in your testimony that you guys follow. Can you provide some clarity about what those are now, or maybe in your written testimony?
So all of the existing regulations we use to test and validate our existing safety systems, anti-lock braking, all of these vehicle control regulations that we have in practice already. We plan to, obviously, to continue to adhere to those strict safety standards in all of our testing of these advanced features. And as I mentioned, the existing pre-crash and forward collision warning and emergency assist braking systems can engage and protect the driver in case of failure of some of the other systems. Yes.
Does that also include like established functional safety processes that are kind of well known, like ISO and STPA and some other ones?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good. Thank you. Next up, we have Susan Henderson.
Good morning. I'm Susan Henderson. I'm the director at Disability Rights, Education, and Defense Fund. And I want to thank everybody for hearing our remarks today. And it was great to hear John from Self-Driving MN. There's no doubt that autonomous vehicles will change the world as we know it, and they will dramatically change the lives of people with disabilities who can't currently drive or obtain a driver's license. Self-driving cars can cause the kind of disruption in the lives of people with disabilities that the invention of the automatic washing machine did for women. But the promise of the technology will only be realized if the cars are truly accessible to people with disabilities and the laws and policies developed by states or the federal government do not present unnecessary restrictions based on myths or fear. NHTSA's model state policies for AV operating or licensing users must preclude discrimination on the basis of disability by states or any government entity. Autonomous vehicles hold great potential to advance social inclusion by offering people with a variety of disabilities independent mobility. We will be able to get to school, jobs, cruise Main Street on Friday night, and participate in activities that other Americans take for granted every day. They offer the possibility of ending the isolation of many people who are aging, that many people who are aging experience by helping us keep doing those things like volunteering that are often lost when we lose the ability to drive. It's important to remember that it's not just people who are blind or have vision impairments who are unable to drive. There are a lot of us who can't drive because of impairments. For example, people with traumatic brain injuries, some people with intellectual disabilities, people with seizures that aren't controlled with medication, people with limited arm movement. This diversity of impairment must be kept in mind during the development of AV technologies and when laws and policies are written. Without explicit inclusion of accessibility in the development of technologies, their potential for bringing independence and increasing inclusion diminishes. For example, equal access to the internet for people who are blind and deaf and low vision and have other disabilities was not considered by web developers at first, and many people with disabilities experienced unnecessary obstacles to information, and they still do. We urge NHTSA, software developers, designers, and manufacturers to keep in mind that a car that can operate in autonomous mode without driver intervention can make an incredible difference in the life of a person with a disability, but not if they can't open the door, can't enter with their wheelchair, hear the car deliver information, or access a screen to give operating instructions. Why not take advantage of this revolutionary time in the auto and transportation industry to ensure that both the design of the software and the hardware work for people with disabilities? We don't want to blame each other again. Technology and policy can come together to ensure that people with disabilities are not excluded if governments adopt a graduated approach to licensing that limits the use of cars in certain environments and conditions. If a car can be licensed to operate autonomously in good weather on the freeways and streets of the Bay Area, but not on Interstate 50 in the winter in the Sierra, there's no reason why a person with a disability should be denied the right to use the car. Again, Discrimination on the basis of disability must not be allowed, especially given the incredible level of federal funding going towards this technology. Finally, I strongly urge NHTSA, the states, and all people involved in this incredibly cool technology to include people with disabilities in your work now. While we are a very diverse community, there's one thing that people with disabilities of all kinds agree on. There should be nothing about us without us. Thank you.
Next up, we have Mr. Robert Grant.
Good morning. My name is Robert Grant, and I'm Director of Government Relations for Lyft. The development of autonomous vehicles is at a pivotal moment. Autonomous vehicle technology has the potential to bring immense benefits to consumers, commuters, city planners, and governments. Lyft is excited to take our extensive experience bringing profound innovation to transportation by way of ride-sharing and applying this experience to the world of autonomous vehicles. We are also eager to be a resource for NHTSA as it develops policies that foster the safe, reliable growth of the autonomous vehicle industry. Lyft launched 4 years ago as the first digital platform that uses a smartphone to allow people to give other people a ride in their personal vehicle. Lyft's goal was to encourage people to give up their own vehicles and instead use the empty seats in a neighbor's car. In order to accomplish this, we knew that certain critical factors needed to be addressed. First, it had to be safe. Extensive background checks for drivers were a must, followed by unprecedented transparency and accountability for everyone involved in the ride. Innovations that include real-time consumer feedback and automatically emailed digital receipts with the ride route, driver name, and driver picture are a key part of the reason for the rapid adoption of Lyft. It's also why 30% of our drivers and the majority of our riders are women. Second, the service had to be efficient for drivers to participate. It is easy for a driver to apply to drive on the platform. They can initiate the process from their own personal phone, but difficult for them to qualify. Third, for consumers, we knew that a vehicle had to arrive within minutes of pressing a button for it to feel like a good alternative to grabbing your own keys and driving your own car. In a few short years, these key principles have enabled an entirely new transportation industry to evolve out of the pre-existing and largely idle resources. By any measure, it is remarkable and wouldn't have happened if it wasn't safe, affordable, and convenient. This rapid evolution of the transportation industry has clearly demonstrated that consumers are increasingly willing to give up the steering wheel and instead have a vehicle arrive at the push of a button. We are on the doorstep of another evolutionary leap in transportation and technology, where concepts that once could only be imagined in a science fiction movie are on the verge of becoming a reality. The partnership between Lyft and General Motors is based upon the knowledge that autonomous vehicles can bring enormous benefits in road safety, congestion, and public spending on parking infrastructure, just to name a few. This partnership is also founded on the shared understanding that the fastest way to bring the benefits of autonomous vehicles to consumers is via a ride-sharing platform like Lyft's. To be sure, there are challenges to be faced in bringing the full value of autonomous vehicles to market for mass consumption, and the greatest potential obstacle is constrictive legislation and regulations. The worst possible scenario for the growth of autonomous vehicles is an inconsistent and conflicting patchwork of local, municipal, and county laws that will hamper efforts to bring AV technology to the market. Regulations are necessary, but regulatory restraint and consistency is equally as important if we're going to allow this industry to reach its full potential. This is an area where Lyft has vast experience and has learned very valuable lessons. 3 years ago, only one state had issued a regulatory framework for the ride-sharing industry. Today, over 30 states have enacted legislation for this industry. Over this period, Lyft has spent thousands of hours meeting with lawmakers, regulators, and law enforcement in order to help craft innovative and appropriate legislation and regulatory policy. We've met with the foremost academic minds and industry experts, and we've given testimony at hundreds of proceedings. This is the experience that Lyft brings to the table as we embark on the mission of providing autonomous vehicles to the public. In closing, Lyft looks forward to working with NHTSA to ensure that autonomous vehicles can arrive safely and efficiently on America's roads. Thank you.
Next up, we have Rosemary Shaheen. Rosemary? There she is. I thought I saw you walk in.
Good morning. Thanks for the invitation to be here. I'm Rosemary Shahan, President of Consumers for Auto Reliability and Safety. I'm also speaking on behalf of the CARS Foundation. And we would, of course, love to see this technology succeed. As a consumer nonprofit group, we have some concerns. And we were probably best known for initiating California's Auto Lemon Law for car buyers. It gives them protection so that when there are defects with the vehicle that aren't cured, they can get a refund or a replacement vehicle. And that's an important protection that we want to see preserved. We've also been working at the federal level on improving our safety recall system, and we spearheaded legislation that we're happy to say President Obama signed into law on December the 4th. It takes effect June 1st. That includes the Rachel and Jacqueline House Safe Rental Car Act, which expands NHTSA's authority over the safety recall system to include all rental cars and loaner cars that are owned by fleets of rental car companies that have 35 vehicles or more. And that's a really important protection, especially since rental car companies are the largest purchasers of new cars in the country. So they will have to ensure that the safety recalls are performed on those vehicles before they go back into the market, either as rentals, loaners, or sold as used vehicles. And we've been participating in the California DMV workshops, and I see folks here from the DMV as well. And we've been expressing concerns, though, and listening to what the industry is saying. And our biggest concern is that there seems to be a push for approving deployment of autonomous cars before they're really ready for prime time. And that they're really not there yet. We want to see them succeed. We don't want to have what some have proposed, which is a self-certification system, voluntary compliance with safety, and then when there are problems, just leave it to the safety recall system. You know, the existing safety recall system has shown itself, unfortunately, to have very many flaws. You know, I'm sure you're familiar with the Government Accountability Office report that showed that about 70% of safety recalls go unrepaired. And right now we're faced with, you know, the vast numbers of recalled vehicles with Takata airbags where it's going to take years for there to be adequate replacement parts for those vehicles. So I'm hoping we can learn from problems that we're experiencing now, problems that we've experienced in the past, that we actually have to have rigorous safeguards that are in place that are sufficiently flexible that the technology can move forward, but that also are protective of the public. And I wanted to suggest what some of those safeguards that we would like to see would be to create a responsible regulatory framework to prevent fatalities and injuries and prevent having large numbers of safety recalls. And one reason we're so concerned about recall compliance too is that we still have a problem, particularly in the used car market. You know, NHTSA has the authority to enforce the existing federal law regarding dealers selling recalled new cars. Sometimes dealers still do sell recalled new cars without performing these safety recalls first. And we worked with ABC News on a major expose they did where they actually went in and purchased some recalled cars that were brand new, documenting that, you know, this is actually continuing to be a problem. And there's also an even worse problem in terms of volume of dealers selling recalled used cars without repairing them first. While there is no specific federal law like there is regarding new cars that protects used car buyers and their passengers and others from those vehicles, there are state laws that are in force that prohibit those practices. If there's a fatality or injury, it could be wrongful death, reckless endangerment. even if there isn't. So there's a liability system, but that's too late in the game. So we've been very supportive of the administration's push to include used cars under NHTSA's authority, because NHTSA can be proactive, and you can and act on behalf of the public without fatalities and injuries occurring. And we're particularly worried about the practices of CarMax, which is the largest used car retailer in the country. CarMax has a practice of advertising that all its vehicles are certified and that they have passed a rigorous 125-point inspection, and they list the components that they supposedly check, but they don't perform the safety recalls prior to selling the cars. So they're selling vast numbers of vehicles with the Takata airbag defect, the GM ignition switch defect, cars that catch on fire, cars with axles that breaks, wheels that fall off, airbags that don't work, seat belts that don't work. And we've been begging the FTC to act on this. We're very concerned, though, that they have proposed a settlement with General Motors and with Lithia and Koons that would allow dealers to sell certified cars that they advertise as having passed a rigorous inspection without performing the safety recalls if they just disclose that the vehicle may have an open safety recall. Disclosure is not enough, especially when people are being led to believe that the car is safe. We did national polling. We found out this doesn't compute. Sorry, my allergies are kicking in. And that when people buy a used car from a dealer, they expect it to be safe, especially when it's being sold as a certified car. So we would ask NHTSA to, if you can, please communicate with the Federal Trade Commission, take a look at this. I mean, what they're proposing is actually worse than what is allowed under existing law in all 50 states, and worse than practices in responsible segments of the industry. And regarding other safeguards, we support a number of the proposals that have been put forward by California's DMV. We think that those are wise, to include having drivers in the vehicle until the cars are more sufficiently proven. And we noted that with some manufacturers in particular, human intervention was required more than 2,400 times, which should tell us something, that the technology's not there yet. We're concerned too that, and I understand and would like to see autonomous vehicles made available for people with disabilities. We're concerned those cars get resold and passed on, that they may be purchased by people who don't know their limitations. So for cars that aren't able to operate safely in different weather conditions, how will people know that as the cars are resold into the used car market? Will they really know? You can't take this car to Lake Tahoe and expect to, be able to drive it in the snow. Or if you're in San Francisco, maybe the fog isn't predicted, but it comes in anyway, then what happens under those circumstances? And we also support the DMV's proposal to require that there be third-party certification. This is an industry that has a history of saying, trust us, and then proving why we can't. And I don't need to tell you, chapter and verse about the history of that, where they've concealed defects and engage all kinds of behavior, perpetuated problems that we're all having to grapple with now. And we'd also suggest that the manufacturers have to guarantee that they will provide adequate repair parts and software to repair the vehicles in the event that there are problems. And if there are delays in doing that, that they provide alternate transportation. And we're seeing a number of manufacturers doing that voluntarily already. You know, Honda, kind of on a case-by-case basis, is providing rentals and loaners. Some other manufacturers have been doing that as well while people wait for repair parts so that they can operate their vehicles safely. The bottom line is that if you buy a car, whether it's autonomous or not, it should be safe. And your safety, your family's safety, and the safety of other people on the roads is at stake. And we do need to work to improve the notice regarding safety recalls so that people who get these cars second, third, fourth hand receive the notices. And we've been very supportive of legislation historically in California to require the DMV to include notice about safety recalls with the registration forms and with the renewals. And that already happens regarding smog check, smog compliance if a vehicle is being recalled because it doesn't pass smog. We're concerned about a requirement, though, that would take it another step further and say you can't register your car unless you have the safety recall performed, especially because there are huge shortages of parts. You can't just suddenly come in and tell millions of people you can't drive your car. You can't drive it legally. You can't register it. And even though there was legislation that would supposedly allow consumers to tell the DMV, well, I couldn't get the repair parts, the DMVs are not equipped to handle the volume of people who are not able to get repair parts. So we have to come up with a better way, you know, to deal with that issue. We would recommend also that autonomous cars are sold with full warranties and with full liability and full consumer protection, including no arbitration clauses. Because with arbitration clauses, people lose the benefit of a lot of the existing consumer protections as a practical matter.
1 minute.
Okay. And I actually think that's it.
Perfect. Thank you very much. We're going to pause here for about a 10-minute break.
we wrote this. And there was so much more to it, so we had to limit it to 6 pages.
Thank you. So how can we work together?
No, that's great. I mean, I know people in Washington, national center, they're working on this, but I haven't met that many grassroots organizations who are working on it. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Is it Teresa?
Yep. She's the executive director at the California Foundation for Cancer Research. And they're
I do, and I was going to connect with you.
so yeah, we know that many are more grassroots who are working on the issue.
Yep.
Well, we're in the process of forming as a 501c3, and our hope is that whether it's self-driving MN or self-driving CA or self-driving whatever, we would love to partner with organizations to make sure that this stuff is thought of at the core.
Yeah, the rest of the world. I mean, we have to be really hard.
Yeah.
I mean, we always I went to Washington with a meeting, and he said all these things. Yeah, I know. I worked on that. How can we work with silence in the room?
So what we've come to the conclusion is that you need money to get some attention and make something happen. And so what we've done is we've asked our legislature for a $5 million appropriation. Now we're sensing in the legislative session is going to come to closure in the next 4 weeks that we'll have a task force and a nominal amount of money because it's not a budget year for them, so they're not talking a big budget. So I think we're going to get a nominal amount to get the task force started, and then our chief authors have said next year is a budget year, come back, and we're much more likely to get the funding then.
Cool.
So
Wouldn't that be an interesting effort in California? Wouldn't it?
So that's what we're working towards. One of the things as we're forming our organization as a C3 is that we're looking for advisory and board members as well. So if either or both of you are interested, we'd love to stay in touch and see how we can link to the work that California is doing as well as nationally.
Yeah, we should definitely connect.
Sure. Yeah, I think the more of us, the better, because they can't stop doing this. I mean, every time we're we need to be there.
Yep.
And when we were writing this, we contacted Google and things that they always just keep us in touch with their lawyers or public information officers because they control their message so much.
Yeah.
So actually getting them in the door is pretty tough. And people don't say, we need to hire but the government, with $4 billion, they have an obligation.
Yes.
They have an obligation.
Well, and actually what we're proposing and how we're making the pitch to our legislators is that we already spend over $60 million in just one of our metro areas on providing this service. What if through this technology we could reduce that cost by a quarter? That's $15 million right there, that year-over-year savings. And the demand is growing. Actually, it's actually not a let's save the money, let's reinvest it in providing more services for parents.
One of the things you have to watch out for is, thank you. In all research, there were two, a county or legislator in Florida and then one resident in San Diego, when they were talking about increasing funding for public transit. Wait, we don't need to do that.
Right. Yeah. It could be used against us.
Yeah. So I work in transit as a kind of a day job. This is a volunteer at this point, volunteer organization. So I hear that and it's like, oh please.
Let's after this is over, send an email. Let's figure out a way to move forward, especially since you're in the middle of the country.
And this whole Google, GM, coalition thing.
Safety.
Yep. Okay, so you know what? I just want to say we need to educate them, and they need a disability organization in play because we can't be going around talking about the different behavior.
Right.
Okay. I just want to
We're And there's other coalitions that have been formed. You know, like Bernard Soriano, he's a guy who works for the California Bureau. So I didn't know this existed before I did this research. There's an association of DMV administrators, and they have they're very well structured. Go to their website. They created a task force or a working group, and they put all of their agendas and all of their minutes, very well organized on their website. Well, like the Association of State DMV Officers, something like that. There's only one of them. It's not hard to find. And
They have a task force for AVs.
yeah, they created a task force for AVs, for licensing and operation and construction. And they've got there's some people from highway patrols on there, and like Caltrain, highway places. So that's another place. And I sent them emails. When you have these meetings and they meet around the country, you need to make sure you let the organization know.
And they go, who are those?
And there's no response. You just have to monitor it so it comes to Minnesota around you.
Well,
They're always trouble.
yeah, I think I saw on the docket that there were was there another disability group that was speaking today, or was it?
I'm speaking at some point.
Okay, so maybe that's what I was.
Yeah, she was on. There was the.
They're going to squeeze you in?
Yeah, this gets close.
Yeah, I always thought that. Yeah.
So did they have a printed list out here at all? I didn't see.
Yeah, is there
Say
one?
hi to Google.
So who are the Google folks?
I believe that's Sarah Hunter.
Oh, Sarah, she's from the other office. She looks at short wavy hair right there. Yeah, she's just walking out. That's it. She's their counsel on public policy.
I don't know if you've had a chance to be in a Google car or one of those things.
I have.
Excuse me.
I have. You were?
How is it? I mean, is it?
Did you not see the Consumer Reports this morning?
No.
No.
Oh, you have to see Consumer Reports.
Were you in a?
Do you have a copy of it?
Oh, is that
I've
that?
heard
What?
about it, but I haven't seen it.
You just have to read the first. Oh no.
That's on it.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
What else
Just
would
go
you
to
have?
the first sentence. Go to the first sentence.
Could you forward that to me? If you have it in your email?
I've got it. If you link.
Oh, yeah.
You can see it because I put it on my.
Okay, I'm gonna do it right now.
Oh, I bet if you Google you right now, this will come up first.
That's right. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah. Look at the cheese. Look at the size of that cheese.
Oh, were you there when Jesse took the ride too?
If you can help Teresa, if you
Oh.
can help connect us to me with the Google folks, I would love that.
Yeah, I mean, I can just make you an introduction.
Right? I'm gonna
Might as well do
connect
it while
you
we're
right
here.
now.
Because of what?
Met your boss last week.
Yes, yes. He's in Japan and he sends his regards. Yeah, we're very yes.
We spoke in depth while he was there.
Okay, good. Good.
Come together.
Yeah. I think, yeah, the
It's very important to sort of set a good, playing field. I think the patchwork regulation is sort of worries a lot of us, I would say. So no, it's great.
yeah, exactly. So I think it's great that you guys are looking at it proactively. So that's wonderful.
Hi, Thomas Fraser. I'm Washington.
Hello.
I like what you did the last couple of weeks.
Oh yes.
Strengthening body activities.
Yeah.
So I work here as well in a similar field, planning.
Okay.
We call it situational
Great.
awareness for automated driving.
Oh, okay.
So it's pretty much, I think, one of the most challenging fields besides perception.
Yeah.
Which is totally different from the existing systems we have at the moment.
Yeah.
So I really, was following, how you started building the TI. Especially the last one, with Professor Eustace and Olsen.
Oh, yes.
Michigan.
Yes.
I talked to them last year. I think this Eustace, he has like a good localization person on board.
Yeah.
And they also had some nice ideas already regarding, how to plan maneuvers, which was missing in old systems.
Yeah.
So I guess you make some good progress there for Toyota.
Yeah, great. So you're here right now
In Palo Alto.
one. Oh, okay, it's very close by.
I started in the German research department. I came over here 2 years ago.
Okay.
I have a research team. We have also a business unit team here on site. Research, we look a little bit more further ahead. What are the new concepts, ideas, methods we can apply?
Right.
In the business unit, our focus use case was automated hybrid driving, or is automated hybrid driving.
Right.
Which we think is for body in a more simple environment that works for us as a company. But we also look into our use cases, challenges there, which are much higher because the environment gets more unstructured, complex, there are more exceptions, right? It's harder to build dedicated rules on how the environment looks like.
Well, it's very important, especially, I know, traditionally, as a tier one supplier of radars and all kinds of units, as the technology evolves, it becomes more and more important that we have really good, solid technologies. And is your group basically looking at providing not only, software and firmware that will run above some of the components that Bosch is already producing, and then extending those capabilities? Is that kind of what your main?
So we try to start with what we have on shelf. Sometimes we can attend like basic software as far as possible.
Yeah.
We also look into generating new requirements if we know what are the next sensors.
Okay.
Production sensors are mostly for the next generation, and then what we are looking at is even 2 generations further out at least. So then we try third-party sensors sometimes, especially with LiDAR, there's also third-party to generate requirements for example for LiDAR. And my
2
team does
years
mostly
ago.
really just some different teams. One is perception, how to resemble the vision. One would be hardware engineering for sensors or ECUs, like central for like
If everybody could take their seats, we're going to get started again. Lost Josh. If everyone could please take their seats, we're going to get started again. Have a couple more speakers to get through before lunch. That's another way of saying if you get your seats quickly, we can get to lunch quickly. All right, next up we have Ms. Lauren Smith.
So thank you to Administrator Rosekind and to the NHTSA team for having us here today and allowing me to speak. My name is Lauren Smith. I'm a policy counsel at the Future of Privacy Forum. We're a DC-based think tank that works to foster responsible data practices for emerging technologies. So new vehicle technologies are rapidly transforming the safety and convenience of the vehicles we drive, ranging from automated lane keeping to voice-powered messaging and navigation. Future improvements will take advantage of the ability of cars to communicate with each other and with infrastructure, to know what is ahead, around, and behind. But the full safety benefits associated with a vehicle reducing and removing human error from driving altogether will come with the advent of autonomous vehicles, early examples of which are being tested on US roads by manufacturers and researchers today. Earlier this year, 20 automobile manufacturers, representing more than 99% of the US automotive industry, agreed to have automatic emergency braking become a standard feature on virtually all new cars no later than 2023. This semi-autonomous feature relies on on-vehicle sensors such as radar, camera, or lasers to detect an imminent crash, warn the driver, and apply the brakes if the driver does not take actions quickly enough. To enable this type of automation, data is essential to powering the technology and the decision-making of the vehicle. So cars have long collected data to power things like event data recorders for safety investigations and onboard diagnostics. But over time, our cars will rely on more sensors to collect and process greater types and quantities of data, and sometimes send it off of the vehicle itself. Data describing a vehicle's environment will be crucial for a vehicle to safely handle the real-time driving task and to power other new in-vehicle features. Autonomous and semi-autonomous technologies can do more than transform automotive safety and convenience for pre-existing American drivers. They can increase mobility for the elderly and for Americans with disabilities who may be constrained from driving altogether. Yet the debate over the management of data and technology in society has become a charged one. Some industry observers believe that no data protections are necessary to protect the general public as automotive technologies advance, and that there is no potential for serious harm. At the same time, other advocates and civil rights experts worry about data and technology vulnerabilities and risks, as well as government surveillance. But being optimistic about data does not mean that we need to be naive about its risks. As autonomous vehicles develop, and as we understand the nature of the data and what is needed for these vehicles to operate, we need to be sensitive to the privacy concerns that develop. But it is nearly impossible to anticipate the full range of the privacy questions that will arise or the data that will be needed, especially as we support the potential of these new technologies to transform the relationship of consumers to vehicles altogether through fleet-based and other models. So the management of data in the autonomous vehicle ecosystem should be approached, as with other technologies, with an understanding of the current federal enforcement mechanisms that protect auto consumers and protect their expectations around data privacy and security for vehicles, in light of the operational guidance that NHTSA is currently developing. First, NHTSA's notice of comments around its enforcement authority for emerging technologies indicates that when vulnerabilities of such technology or equipment pose an unreasonable risk to safety, those vulnerabilities constitute a safety-related defect, and the agency will be able to take direct action, whether that applies to vehicles today or the autonomous vehicles of the future. In addition, NHTSA's authority to issue operational guidelines will permit it to take further enforcement actions against companies who hold themselves to comply with the guidelines, but are in violation of both the guidelines and specific motor vehicle safety provisions in statute. But outside of NHTSA's authority and the process at the heart of today's meeting, the agency charged with protecting consumers, including purchasers of vehicles and even users of ride-sharing services, is the Federal Trade Commission. The FTC has reiterated consistently that its authority covers the privacy and security of new technologies under Section 5 of the FTC Act, which empowers the Commission to take action against deceptive or unfair commercial practices. To date, the FTC has brought more than 50 cases against businesses that allegedly failed to maintain reasonable security standards and has initiated work streams, workshops, and reports to cover privacy around the Internet of Things, which they've designated to include emerging vehicles. Now, self-regulatory efforts around data management and emerging technologies properly tend to focus on the fair information practice principles, which have guided privacy law for decades. They center on transparency, purpose specification, data minimization, and more. Efforts tied to voluntary self-regulation and around privacy use the FIPS guidelines, and some have recently emerged both in government processes, like the Department of Commerce's NTIA-led multi-stakeholder process on UAV privacy, and industry processes like the Auto Alliance and Global Automakers' Auto Privacy Principles. Now, for all of these, companies who make statements to the public about their practices will overall be subject to FTC jurisdiction, and they'll have built-in incentives and regulatory oversight to deter unfair or deceptive business practices. One of the biggest risks to privacy stemming from autonomous cars may in fact be the actions of law enforcement and regulators. Uber's recently released transparency report revealed that in the last 5 months of 2015, regulatory agencies requested data affecting 11.6 million Uber riders and 583,000 drivers. State regulators collecting and requesting this data may lack the data handling expertise that technology companies have to protect user information that they make public. And there's a risk that information like pickup and drop-off locations may allow government agencies or anyone else who obtains this information through FOIA and other mechanisms to identify individual riders by associating them with publicly available records. These challenges may become more central with the data that will be produced through the vehicle-to-vehicle and vehicle-to-infrastructure technologies being shepherded by NHTSA. Now, obviously, NHTSA, the NTSB, and local law enforcement investigators will have safety needs for data, but they will need to be balanced with privacy protections for users and riders. However, if safety-enhancing technologies are stalled by inflexible policies, we will forego the promise of connected vehicles to reduce the 90% of the 33,000 annual motor vehicle deaths that are caused by human error. We will continue to have accidents caused by human distraction, and Americans with disabilities will continue to see their mobility unnecessarily constrained. The benefits for facilitating the deployment of autonomous vehicles are so compelling that policymakers should be doing all they can to smooth and speed the way for these technologies to improve as quickly as possible. Applying current best practices around data privacy, paired with existing federal enforcement mechanisms, should facilitate rather than stall this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mr. Morris Arcangeli.
Good morning. Thank you for holding this public meeting and giving us an opportunity to make a comment. My name is Maurice Arcangeli. I'm Director of Government Relations at Fuji Heavy Industries USA, Subaru. Safety is our first and foremost priority at Subaru. We're making every effort to achieve a zero traffic fatality environment. Based on all-round safety, we're currently developing autonomous vehicle technologies with a high degree of performance and reliability at a reasonable price so drivers can benefit from this promising technology. Subaru has been working on advanced driver assist ADAS for about 30 years, and we introduced a driver assist technology called EyeSight in the US in 2012. EyeSight uses the world's first stereo camera technology and offers various safety functionalities including adaptive cruise control, forward collision warning, autonomous emergency braking, lane departure warning, sway warning, lead vehicle start alert, pre-collision throttle management, and active lane keeping. EyeSight is offered on almost all our models, and we're completing a global implementation at this time. We're evolving our safety technologies, which continues to include the driver. Using EyeSight as our core technology, it will facilitate market proliferation of autonomous vehicle technologies. So that we're able to offer safe and convenient autonomous vehicle AV technologies for everyone in the near future. We'll be introducing advanced safety functionalities such as traffic jam assist, continuous lane centering, and automatic lane changing in the early 2020s in the US market, and a market implementation plan is currently under discussion. Now, I'd like to comment on several key points in response to topics discussed and listed in the Federal Register issued on April 15th. We'll be submitting detailed comments in the docket later. Topic 1, evaluation and testing of scenarios the AV system should detect and correctly operate in. At Subaru, we develop our advanced ADAS semi-autonomous technologies to include scenarios when vehicles are merging and exiting highways, with the assumption that the system functions only when monitored by the driver. Our vehicle design and evaluation processes and methods are based on the following items: functionalities and scenarios which reflect the real world, performance, capability, and limitation of detection sensor technology, driver response to system failures. So, for example, Subaru also considers current scenarios discussed under WP 29, ACF, automatic commanded steering function, for evaluation purposes. As for third-party testing, Subaru supports the testing and evaluation, which is technology neutral. It may be possible that there'll be some type of performance evaluation testing for the AV. However, we believe it should be evaluated from the viewpoint of crash avoidance capabilities, as currently being conducted in NCAP. In other words, a third-party testing should not be conducted for AV-specific performance, but should focus on testing common accident scenarios, which could be identified through real data accident analysis. Topic 2, detection and communication of operational boundaries. Performance limitations of AV technology could be defined based on limitations of the vehicle control and sensing. It is extremely critical to ensure sufficient response time for the driver should there be a system failure to help avoid a potential collision, even in more severe scenarios using detection technologies which monitor status of the vehicle, and environmental image sensors. Additionally, we expect more advanced technologies, including GPS and digital maps, will further enable accurate prediction of the system's limitation and driver monitoring. Communication to the driver. When the driver is using AV functionalities, the system should detect the status of driver distraction. Based on that input, the system should activate and inform the driver about status system performance or the limitations. Topic 3, environmental operation and sensing. The sensors should ensure sufficient detection area and should be able to identify driving path by detecting lanes and using map information. We assume the AV technology will perform under normal environmental conditions. However, AV technology should not fully perform under inclement weather or poor visibility. If the performance of the AV technologies becomes extremely poor, the system should be able to self-diagnose such situations to the extent possible by using recognition technology and sensing reliability. Topic 4, driver transitioning from AV operating mode. If the system is unable to operate, one of the options is to alert audibly, visibly, and haptically the driver, i.e. a takeover request, to control the vehicle. If there is no takeover after a certain time, the system should automatically turn off, or the vehicle will self-park and hazard lamps will go on to notify others. As stated previously, Subaru believes the driver should be monitoring the system even with the advanced AV technologies. At Subaru, we currently develop a driver monitoring system with appropriate HMI design to help facilitate takeover by the driver. However, the system needs to consider a fair balance between functionalities and safety as it continues a limitation of the detection performance. Excuse me. Topic 6, data. Consider recording capabilities. We believe data recording is critical and plan to record the data for the AV system, as in the driver assist system. Subaru currently records data such as time sequence sensors control, only with the consensus from the driver, the vehicle owner. Unlike ADAS, in which activation of safety-critical functionality, pre-collision braking, is a trigger for data recording, the AV system operates under normal situations and would be difficult to identify triggers to record the data. Potential triggers. Potential triggers could typically combinations of sensor data, lateral G, airbag deployment, and the system detects an extreme case, excuse me, where the AV system no longer functions. Excuse me. Topic 7, crash avoidance capability. Crash scenarios of the AV technology should consider performance development as well as crash avoidance capabilities. In a highway scenario, AV capabilities should consider crash avoidance technology at a high relative speeds, collision against walls and adjacent vehicles. For level 2 technologies, however, the system does not have to avoid crashes by itself, as it can alert the driver, and it is necessary to equip the vehicle with countermeasures to help mitigate the crash. Topic 8, electronics safety systems. Subaru implements ISO 26262 standard to identify design requirements and to conduct evaluation of electronic safety for cybersecurity. Our basic approach is to separate systems from externally connected domains. Also, we believe it's necessary to establish the concept of safety, which includes AV technologies and considers levels of AV frequency of attacks and impacts. Subaru believes the industry as a whole needs such a comprehensive activity, and we're participating in the industry discussions led by global automakers and the Automobile Alliance. Topic 12, information AVs need to communicate with pedestrians and other vehicles. These situations are discussed only at a conceptual stage at Subaru. However, V2X technologies, including V2V, as well as communications with external environments by display and audio, seem to be promising in the future. Topic 13, conditions in which AVs may need to be able to identify and communicate to central location or authority. As long as the system can detect such situations as a driver becoming incapable of operating the vehicle due to medical problem or potential incapacitation, Subaru supports AVs to identify and communicate to a central location or authority. We should note that this is still in a conceptual stage, and we have not begun development of such functionality. Topic 14, operation of an AV with an open safety recall. Safety recall. Our AV system will offer the driver options and an on-off switch with easy access. If our vehicles with AV technologies become subject to a recall, we would request the driver not use the system and follow the appropriate procedure required to fix the defect. Thank you again for this opportunity, and Subaru looks forward to working with the agency.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
No,
thanks.
Let me see. Do we have Mr. Danny Kobza? Daniel Bartz? Did you? All right. Thank you. Ms. Teresa Fawzi?
Good morning. My name is Teresa Fabuzzi. I am the Executive Director of the California Foundation for Independent Living Centers. There are 28 centers in California that serve over 100,000 people with disabilities annually. This year, California's Department of Motor Vehicles was poised to eliminate the possibility for fully autonomous vehicles to be tested on our roads, essentially stalling innovation. CFILC saw the need to organize our community, and over 35 disability and senior organizations joined an advocacy effort to ensure that the California DMV allow fully autonomous vehicles to be tested on our roads. Many individuals participated in DMV hearings, and to the DMV's credit, they have heard our concerns, and we are meeting with them next week to further discuss these issues. In the name of safety, our DMV has understandably been conservative in their thinking about fully autonomous vehicles. And I want to be clear that California's disability community is advocating not for unsafe vehicles, but for the continuing development of safe, fully autonomous vehicles in California. We think that the only way to make that happen is actually to allow them to be tested on real roads and in real-world conditions. Now, the disability community, you've heard over and over, is pretty excited about what we see as a revolution in accessible transportation options. And for people who are not licensed to drive, a fully autonomous vehicle would make living, working, learning, and playing a lot easier and break the barrier and dependency on the limited public transportation and paratransit systems. As auto manufacturers and technology companies develop fully autonomous vehicles, we envision that they become designed from the get-go as accessible. We envision a time when we can purchase a car and not have to pay to have it modified afterwards. We envision a time when transportation network companies are no longer dependent on the inaccessible vehicles of their drivers. Developing accessible, fully autonomous vehicles is the real transportation game changer here, and the potential to change the lives is incredible for our community. So we encourage you to lead the way to greater freedom for people with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mr. Jonathan Weinberger.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before this panel and for all your ongoing efforts in the realm of driving automation technology. The Alliance of Automobile Manufacturers, as you know, is the leading advocacy group for the auto industry, representing 77% of all new car and light truck sales revenue in the United States, including the BMW Group, Fiat Chrysler Automobiles, Ford Motor Company, General Motors Company, Jaguar Land Rover, Mazda, Mercedes-Benz USA, Mitsubishi Motors, Porsche, Toyota, Volkswagen Group of America, and Volvo Car USA. The Alliance, in short, the Alliance and its members support state efforts to improve and protect the safety of all road users, but we're very concerned that a patchwork of potentially conflicting vehicle certification and performance regulations at the state level will be costly for consumers and stifle safety innovation. As we're all aware, the issues surrounding the research, development, production, and the ultimate safe operation of driving automation technology are highly complex and rapidly evolving, but the eventual benefits are broad and significant. Recognizing all the benefits to consumers, automakers are working to bring driving automation technology to market as soon as possible. Across the United States, vehicles can be purchased with various sensors such as radar, LiDAR, ultrasonic sensors, and cameras that provide important safety features to the traveling public. Today, for improved safety, certain vehicles have the ability to steer themselves, like lane correction, rear wheel steer, brake, ESC, pivot headlamps, and adjust accelerator without driver input, all with success. In fact, these technologies are part of the rapidly unfolding process that will lead to self-driving cars at some future point. Alliance members' efforts are rapidly reinventing the automobile to make personal transportation safer, cleaner, more fuel efficient, more accessible, and more enjoyable. Driving automation technology can provide significant societal benefits, some of which we've heard today, including enhanced mobility for the elderly and disabled, increased roadway use capacity, more efficient use of land and urban spaces, reduced traffic congestion, increased personal time and less stress, increased economic efficiencies and productivity, increased fuel efficiency, lower emissions, increased alternative energy use, and very importantly, reduced motor vehicle crashes, fatalities, injuries, and property damage. Facilitation and the deployment and adoption of advanced driver-assisted systems, active safety systems, and eventually driving automation technology, starting with a nationally applicable legal and regulatory framework that avoids a patchwork of state laws and regulations and maintains self-certification practices, will accelerate the availability of such technologies and achievement of these potential benefits and others. Alliance members are committed to bringing driving automation technology to market while improving safety and continue to work with NHTSA as it has established the regulatory framework for such vehicles. A broadly adopted set of clearly defined levels of driving automation, namely those specified by SAE J3016, are extremely important because they provide a standardized framework for discussing and understanding technology capabilities, expectations, and driver roles across the spectrum of driving automation technology. As NHTSA recently acknowledged in the Enforcement Guidance Bulletin for safety-related defects and emerging automotive safety technologies, even without specific FMVSS requirements in place, broad enforcement authority to investigate, penalize, and potentially mandate recalls involving these new and emerging technologies is no different than its authority with respect to conventional motor vehicle components. Similarly, manufacturers have the same reporting and notification responsibilities with respect to any safety-related defects in these technologies. The recent NHTSA interpretation to Google and the review of the FMVSS for automated vehicles, a report issued by DOT, posit that automated vehicles that begin to push the boundaries of conventional design will be constrained by the current FMVSS and the federal rulemaking on current FMVSS regulations are required particularly for SAE Level 3 and above vehicles. We look forward to working collaboratively with NHTSA and other stakeholders on removing any unnecessary regulatory impediments to the rollout of these technologies and ensuring new impediments are not created. Additionally, Secretary Fox, Administrator Rosekind, and the members of the Alliance and global automakers collaboratively developed proactive safety principles in January of this year. That document states, while all stakeholders can take pride in this achievement, we must not be complacent. In 2014 alone, 32,675 people lost their lives on our nation's roadways, with 94% of all crashes attributable to driver choices and human error. Most of the other 6% of crashes were the result of environmental factors and improper maintenance, with auto defects being identified as the unique cause in less than 1% of these cases. While automakers and NHTSA are reaffirming our resolve to leverage our collective strength and knowledge to work collaboratively, consistent with the law, to further enhance the safety of the traveling public, it is through the development and deployment of these new technologies that the industry has the opportunity to make meaningful progress toward our safety goals. As vehicle connectivity increases, new measures must be taken to guard against cyber threats, especially considering that computer systems drive connectivity and vehicle control. Cyber threats are dynamic, therefore the flexibility to permit innovative as well as effective detection and responses must be achieved. As a result, the automotive industry has established the Auto Information Sharing and Analysis Center, or Auto ISAC, to identify and share cyber threats in real time. Working with the Auto ISAC, automakers are developing automotive-focused cybersecurity and privacy principles, best practices. Flexibility will also be critical in areas beyond cybersecurity so that a national regulatory framework can encourage innovation and competition without favoring some technologies over others or inadvertently creating technology monocultures. While we fully understand and support various state efforts to promote safety, we ask that the California DMV and NHTSA take steps to avoid a patchwork of state regulations that will increase consumer costs and stifle innovation. The Alliance and its members thank you for this opportunity to share our thoughts and concerns. The auto industry has not seen such dramatic change and technical progress since the inception of the automobile. The societal benefits related to semi-autonomous and fully autonomous vehicles is a significant opportunity that we must all embrace, if for no other reason than to reduce the overall number of accidents and fatalities on our roadways that could be prevented each year. We and our members look forward to working with NHTSA to facilitate the safe development and deployment of these technologies. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Dr. Julian Gold. I think he's coming from the other side.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here today. It's been really exciting listening to all of our speakers before me, and I would like to add a slightly different perspective. So I'm Dr. Julian Gold. I'm recently the former mayor and current council member of the city of Beverly Hills in California. At our council's formal session of April 5th, 2016, we unanimously and formally adopted a resolution in support of the development of an autonomous vehicle program. This resolution envisions a city-owned fleet of vehicles which will serve the needs of our residents, our businesses, and our visitors. We also recognize that this is the early stage of development and that the need for continued discussion, development, and education is critical. To that end, we hope to foster that discussion by hosting a city-sponsored symposium about autonomous vehicles, and we will do this in the near future at our Wallace Center for the Performing Arts. As best we know, we are the first city in the United States to adopt such a resolution. We have 2 new subway stations that are planned for Beverly Hills, and our original interest in autonomous vehicles arose from the need to find a first and last mile solution to get people to and from the subway because, unfortunately, neither station is envisioned to have a park and ride. And so the question of getting people easily to and from the subway needed to be addressed. In today's world, the TNCs might serve that purpose, but in the future, the thought of autonomous vehicles seemed attractive. As the City Council developed this concept, we began to understand the enormous potential of the AV mode of transportation. Why would we limit it merely to use to get to the subway? We currently run shuttles for our seniors. Autonomous vehicles could easily replace those. Physically challenged people often complain about the difficulty getting taxi cabs or other forms of transport. Autonomous vehicles potentially solve those problems. And we envision the use for local use to supermarkets, the dry cleaners, maybe your kid's soccer game, where now all of a sudden you don't have to take out your car. You can just get in one of these vehicles. This is the shortest of lists, but we certainly recognize the potential benefits for this because we live in a city that has lots of traffic and lots of traffic congestion. So why Beverly Hills, you ask? We believe that we are uniquely positioned to adapt, adopt, and test this technology. Our city is approximately 5.7 square miles, certainly a manageable area to conduct testing. We have embraced technology for years, and in 2015 we won the Google eCity Award for the most technologically advanced city in California. We have a first-rate IT department, and we are in the process of designing a gigabyte municipal fiber optic cable system to every premise in the city, every business and every residence. We expect this will be invaluable to AV operations, especially if the vehicles require a smart streets functionality. We can leverage our existing automatic license plate reader system and our widespread CCTV systems to help. We have a robust GIS functionality in place already, which can be used to inform the programming and functioning of the autonomous vehicles. And our streets are in great shape. We are an independent city. We have our own fire, police, and public works department, which will be committed to supporting this venture. And we have lobbyists in Sacramento and Washington who we know will help us support building this program. But we need your help. As we look at the people represented here today, we see that the scientific development of this disruptive, and I mean that in the good sense, this disruptive technology is in great hands. But as elected officials, and I think I may be is there anybody else here who's an elected official? As elected officials, we are charged with developing the public policy to support the scientific work that you are doing. And so I'm going to pose to you some questions which we have started to explore, understanding that not all of the answers are within our purview, but these are the questions that drive public policy, which we're charged with making. AVs will absolutely impact land use. Where and how will they be garaged and charged? Will they stop at every street or only some? Do they have dedicated cutouts? Do they park each time they pick people up? Do we actually have to have all of the underground parking that we're currently building at $40,000 a space? Do all of our formulas for parking, both public and private, have to be reconfigured? Do we need as many parking meters as we currently have? Do our streets actually have to be reconfigured? There are security issues. How many passengers? How do we know who's in the vehicle? Do we allow kids to ride with adults? These may be solved at the national level, but they may not. These may be local issues. Safety issues. Do these vehicles pull over when they hear sirens or see flashing red lights behind them? What if they can't? What if there's too much traffic? What happens then? How do we manage the physically challenged, the elderly, and those who only have luggage? How is that going to work? There are privacy issues. Do we have cameras on the inside? Do we have cameras on the outside? Do they run all the time? We don't know. Are those cameras subject to public information requests? Are there other ancillary issues? Will the cameras be a force multiplier for our police department to look for bad guys? Or does it help our public works department look for potholes? And ultimately, of course, what are the liability issues and responsibilities? How much of the liability, if there is any, will accrue to the cities? We don't know that. We need to start work on these issues. These are not small issues. They will take us a long time to work through. And we really, really need to begin. I know it'd be easy to say that we'll work to find solutions to understand these, but today we are building structures and roadways that will last at least 50 years, maybe longer. These buildings are all, and the roadways are all built to today's standards. Many are actually considered to be state-of-the-art. Will today's building requirements be obsolete in 5 years if we implement this technology widely? So in Beverly Hills, we have an abundance of ongoing development. We're very fortunate in 2 very large projects, either in development or having already begun construction. We need help with the public policy sooner than later to help us manage future construction planning. If we can develop policy in 2 years, it will have a much more significant and obviously immediate impact than if it takes us 10. As a local government, if we know the rules, both at the state and the federal levels, local government, our job, we will do the work to structure the appropriate land use, public safety, and implementation strategies which suit our community. But we will not be able to do much until you guys finish what you're doing. So we have 3 requests. First, allow level 5 full automation vehicles, or at the very least, level 4. Number 2, quickly start and hopefully complete the process to define the rules we will need to follow. And lastly, please remember that Beverly Hills as a city is very committed to this process and very ready to participate with you to develop and test autonomous vehicle technology and the public policies that go with it. Thank you very much.
Any questions? Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Ned Finkel.
Hi, my name is Ned Finkel. I'm Vice President of External Affairs at NVIDIA Corporation. First of all, I wanted to thank NHTSA for conducting this hearing to advance AV technology implementation. NVIDIA is a computer technology company focused on accelerating computing based on the GPU, which we invented. We have more than 9,000 employees in more than 40 offices in the world and more than 7,000 patent assets. We apply our deep expertise and significant scale to large growth markets: gaming, professional visualization, data centers, and automotive. Our technology is at the heart of virtual reality and Academy Award-winning visual special effects, as well as cloud computing, drug discovery, energy exploration, and homeland security. Our technology is also at the center of a new revolution in artificial intelligence. The world's most innovative companies, including Facebook, Microsoft, Google, and Baidu, all use NVIDIA's supercomputing solutions to deploy their artificial intelligence applications in a variety of areas. In the automotive market, NVIDIA technology is vital at every stage. We play key roles in enabling car design and manufacturing, engineering simulation for virtual wind tunnels, virtual crash tests, and marketing cars through virtual reality showrooms. We also drive the digital cockpits in over 10 million cars on the road today from Audi, BMW, Honda, Tesla, VW, and others. To help automakers deliver cars that are safer, more energy efficient, and more enjoyable to drive, as well as provide mobility to those who cannot drive, we have developed our NVIDIA Drive platform. NVIDIA Drive gives automakers the power and flexibility to develop systems using artificial intelligence that enables cars to see, learn, adapt, and improve. NVIDIA Drive CX is for digital cockpits with advanced 3D navigation and infotainment, high-resolution digital instrument clusters, natural speech processing, and surround vision. NVIDIA Drive PX is a powerful autopilot car computer designed to pave the way for the autonomous car. More than 80 car makers, Tier 1 suppliers, startup companies, and automotive research institutions are already using Drive PX to develop systems that enhance assisted driving or enable fully autonomous vehicles. Drive PX delivers 8 teraflops of processing power, equivalent to 150 MacBook Pros, or for perspective, the nation's largest supercomputer, most powerful supercomputer, was 1 teraflop in the year 2000, so 8 times that. I actually have it with me right here in my hand, and we can show it to you later if you want. We've compressed this obviously into the size of a lunchbox. Acting as the brain of the autonomous car, this in-vehicle supercomputer can process data from a wide range of sensors on autonomous vehicles. Fusing together radar, LiDAR, camera, and ultrasonic data, we can build a full 360-degree understanding of everything going on around the vehicle. This gives us the ability to track on all cars, trucks, buses, motorcycles, bicycles, pedestrians, anything that is moving around the car, as well as to understand the environment, including lane markings, curbs, traffic lights, signs, and the like. It's impossible to write software to account for the infinite number of possible scenarios that a self-driving car might encounter. Instead, artificial intelligence is proving to be the route forward. By training the AI computer both with actual driven miles as well as simulated miles, we can have the vehicle handle the tremendous amount of uncertainty that drivers face every day. Development work in AI, and specifically with our NVIDIA Drive system, has already achieved superhuman levels of perception, which lets self-driving cars determine a safe path forward. Critical to enhance safety is the fact that these systems don't get distracted, they don't take phone calls or send text, they don't shave or put on makeup, they don't get drowsy. We will likely see a dramatic reduction in the number of accidents, injuries, and fatalities when these technologies are widely deployed into vehicles. Last year, Audi captured headlines when the self-piloted Audi A7 sedan completed the 500-mile drive from Silicon Valley to Las Vegas, passing slower cars and safely changing lanes along the way. That year, the company announced that it would use our next-generation processors to power its self-driving capabilities. This January, Volvo, a brand synonymous with safety, announced it will use Drive PX as part of its Drive Me program, in which 100 Volvo XC90 SUVs capable of autonomous driving will be leased to customers next year near its hometown of Gothenburg, Sweden. In February, WePod, the first autonomous shuttle using our deep learning platform, will take its inaugural trip on public roads in Holland, where it can be summoned with a smartphone app. Every major car maker in the world is working on the challenge of semi-autonomous or fully autonomous cars. We believe that by partnering with them, we can solve this incredibly daunting challenge through innovation and technical advancements that greatly benefit society. To facilitate these efforts, NVIDIA respectfully recommends that NHTSA should actively review and adjust federal regulations for federal motor vehicle safety standards to ensure that new types of vehicles specifically designed for self-driving are not unintentionally precluded. Further, we recommend that NHTSA should clearly define the role that states play in licensing, titling, registration, traffic safety that governs the vehicle operation and driver requirements for self-driving cars to provide a clear path to reduce the patchwork of regulations that exist today. We look forward to working closely with NHTSA and our industry partners to safely bring this exciting technology to consumers as soon as possible. Thank you for your time and attention today.
Thank you for that. Can you provide any insight? You made a very key statement about the difficulty in sort of the software arena and coming up with all the scenarios that you could possibly test against. Can you provide any insight for what sort of tools would be available for others in that space? Are there industry best practices and things like that that could be cited?
Well, this platform actually is both the implementation and the machine learning product. I think the different manufacturers will utilize this, all of them conducting machine learning exercises on their own. We will certainly provide with our platform everything we can provide to them. So there'll be pollination that way. And then how it happens through other industry groups is another pathway.
Thanks. Maybe you could consider some written comments to that. I think at our first public hearing, we heard a lot about how software was really going to be the weak link in all of this, and that it would sort of never be something that you could be proven to be safe. And so I think to the extent that you guys have some insights in that, that would be helpful.
And I think I'll probably refer back to our ability to both driven miles and simulated miles. So we have an ability to go at it from two scenarios.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me make a last call for two speakers, Michael Lauer and/or Denny Kobza. They're here. Well, we're doing great on time, so we're going to break here for lunch, a little bit more time than we thought we could give you. But we will be here starting the afternoon session at 1 p.m. Please come back. this way I can ask people to start, taking their seats.
Was your cell phone able to charge?
Not from your computer. Is your USB working on that computer?
Bought a car charger before I came because I thought I was using the maps. I was going to run out. Damn thing doesn't work in the car. Although I tested it at home, it worked fine. So
Car charger doesn't work in the car?
it worked fine when I bought it at home a few days ago. When I got here, it doesn't work now.
I see. Rental cars, maybe power things. Can we please take our seats? We'll get started in a couple of minutes. So it begins is it's mine, right? Not yours.
It's quite the lineup. What time is
I
it?
said everybody get to take your seats. We're
Oh, you
like
did already.
5 minutes past. All right, we can get started.
Who's first up? It's Mrs. Simpson.
David Miller, but Frank is gonna announce it. It's up to
Yeah,
you.
where is he?
Frank is right there.
No, David Miller.
I do not know. He's the Stanford guy. He may not be sitting there.
Is he still giving us their stuff?
Oh, yeah, the boss isn't back yet.
Well, Brian came and said that you guys can start.
Oh, okay.
So we get started. Should I get started? Frank?
We're going to get started here for the afternoon. Okay.
You're on it. You're on it.
No, he's not on. Try it again.
All right, we're going to get started here with the afternoon session. First speaker will be David Miller.
Mr. Miller?
David Miller.
Okay. We can move on to the second.
Okay. Our next speaker will be John Simpson.
Good afternoon. Thank you for holding this hearing, or meeting, I guess I should call it. Consumer Watch, I'm a privacy project director for Consumer Watchdog, which is a public interest group based in Santa Monica. A Consumer Watchdog agrees that some automated vehicle technologies, such as automatic emergency braking, will save lives. But those systems are designed to work with and augment a human driver's abilities and compensate for their shortcomings. However, we are deeply concerned that an unjustified rush to deploy self-driving robot car technology without the ability of a driver to take control when necessary will threaten the safety of the nation's highways. The latest push came only this week with the announcement of the creation of a lobbying group called the Self-Driving Coalition for Safer Streets, whose spokesman is a former NHTSA director, David Strickland. It includes Alphabet's Google, Lyft, Uber, Ford, and Volvo. If these companies genuinely cared about safer streets rather than just grabbing an appealing title, rather than pushing self-serving laws and regulations, they would be transparent about what they're doing on our public roads. When something goes wrong, the technical details should be released to the public, and that's not happening. For example, a Google robot car crashed into a bus on Valentine's Day. Video recorded on the bus by the transit company was released to the public. Google says it has no plans to release its video or technical data about the incident to the public. When public roads are used as private laboratories, there needs to be complete transparency. Google must release video of this crash as well as all other crashes involving its robot vehicles. I've brought something with me today because I think some promoters of self-driving robot cars, like Google, may have forgotten what it is. It's called a steering wheel. It remains an essential way for humans to intervene and take control of a self-driving robot car when something goes wrong, and it inevitably does. Google wants to take the human driver completely out of its self-driving robot car. Perhaps that will be possible in decades, though it's not at all clear that it can ever completely happen. Deploying a vehicle on public roads today without a steering wheel, brake, accelerator, and a human driver capable of intervening when something goes wrong is not merely foolhardy, it is dangerous. California's autonomous vehicle testing regulations require a steering wheel and driver who can take over. Rules for the general deployment of self-driving vehicles recently proposed by the DMV continue this necessary safety provision. So should NHTSA's guidelines. The need to require a driver behind the wheel is obvious after a review of the results from 7 companies that have been testing self-driving cars in California since September 2014. Under California's self-driving car testing requirements, these companies had to file so-called disengagement reports, explaining when and why a test driver took control. The reports show that they are not always capable of seeing pedestrians and cyclists, traffic lights, low-hanging branches, or the proximity of parked cars, suggesting too great a risk of serious accidents involving pedestrians and other cars. The cars are also not capable of reacting to reckless behavior of others on the road quickly enough to avoid the consequences the reports showed. Now, they may be getting better, but they're not there yet. For example, Google, Google, which logged 424,331 self-driving miles over the reporting period, said a human driver took over 341 times, an average of 22.7 times a month. The robot car technology failed, essentially saying, okay, driver, save me, take over, 272 times, and it ceded control to the human driver. It was 272 times. The driver felt compelled to intervene and take control 69 times. Other testing companies driving far fewer autonomous miles than Google also reported substantial numbers of disengagements. Bosch had 625 with only 934 miles driven. Nissan had 1,400 miles driven, 106 disengagements. Mercedes-Benz had 1,031 disengagements with 1,738 miles. It's important to understand that these disengagements were prompted by real situations that drivers routinely encounter on the road. Among reasons cited by Bosch were failures to detect traffic lights and heavy pedestrian traffic. Google's robot technology quit 13 times because it couldn't handle weather conditions. 23 times the driver took control because of reckless behavior by another driver, cyclist, or pedestrian. The report said the robot car technology disengaged for a perception discrepancy 119 times. Google defines such discrepancy as occurring when the car's sensors don't correctly perceive an object, for instance, overhanging branches. The robot technology was disengaged 55 times for an unwanted maneuver of the vehicle. An example would be them coming too close to a parked car. The human took over from Google's robot car 3 times because of road construction. What the disengagement reports show is that there are many everyday routine traffic situations with which the self-driving robot cars simply cannot cope. It's imperative that a human be behind the wheel, capable of taking control when necessary. Proponents of removing the ability of the driver to take control argue that the robot technology will lull the occupant into a distracted state where they cannot intervene effectively. But it's clear that the current state of robot technology cannot reliably handle a number of routine situations, and the driver must be able to take control. The emphasis should be on developing warning systems to give the driver ample time to intervene. So when the vehicle is getting into a situation where it's in trouble, the driver can be drawn back in. If there were only robot cars on the road that could communicate with each other with vehicle-to-vehicle communication, the problems might be simpler to solve, but that's not the reality. Drivers sometimes communicate with each other with gestures, go ahead, I'll wait. Traffic cops use hand signals to give directions, go that way, stop. Drivers often communicate with pedestrians in such places as shopping center parking lots with hand signals. Go ahead, I'm yielding to you, that kind of thing. How can a self-driving robot car deal with such situations? At this point, as far as I can determine, they cannot. Here is another issue that self-driving car manufacturers must face. The programmers will be making virtually life and death decisions in the algorithms they create to navigate the vehicle. What ethical choices will these humans program into the robot car? Will the vehicle protect the safety of its occupants over the safety of pedestrians and cyclists? Or will it protect the pedestrians and cyclists over the occupants? These are very serious moral issues, and there must be complete transparency from the developers of self-driving robot car technologies about the choices their programmers are making. Here's another key safety requirement. As the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration reviews the safety claims of the developers of self-driving robot car technology, you must not rely only on the word of the manufacturers. Self-certification just isn't enough. Manufacturers have a vested interest in rushing to make their product available as soon as possible. Tests of this complex robot self-driving technology by an independent third-party organization will help ensure the self-driving vehicles can perform as claimed and can handle situations encountered in the real world. When I spoke in Washington, I listed 10 questions I said NHTSA should ask Google about its self-driving car program. I hope you will still formally ask those questions. But today, I just gave Chris Urmson a copy of that list, and I've asked him to answer them. I doubt that he'd do it today, but I do look forward to a response from him in the future. You have repeatedly said that safety is the agency's top priority. You must not allow your judgment to be swayed by rosy, self-serving statements from companies like Google about the capabilities of their self-driving robot cars. NHTSA has said that autonomous vehicle technology is an area of rapid change that requires you to remain, quote, flexible and adaptable, unquote. Please ensure that flexibility does not cause you to lose sight of the need to put safety first. Innovation will thrive hand in hand with thoughtful, deliberate regulation. Your guidance for the states on autonomous vehicles must continue to require a human driver who can intervene with a steering wheel, brake, and accelerator when necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Well, since the Google people are in the room, I wanted to give this steering wheel to Chris. It might prompt a little bit more thought from him on the issue.
Well, thank you, Mr. Simpson.
I guess it wouldn't pass NHTSA standards if you put it in your vehicle, but it's meant to get you thinking.
Our next speaker will be David Agnew. Okay. Josh or John? Can you hear me? So our next speaker then?
David Miller.
Oh, David Miller is here. Okay.
We can come back into
I'd like to thank the panel. So as a researcher and a bit of a history buff, one of the issues is we look at the history of technology and specifically artificial intelligence, and things don't always or very seldom come out the way that we think they will. So if you think about the 1950s, people said that AI would be a solved problem within a generation. It's now many years later, and AI is a keen area of research for many of the people in the room. It's very far from a solved problem. And if we think about automation in vehicles, it's going to bring a lot of benefits and raise a lot of new concerns. One of those issues is it hopefully will go and reduce the number of crashes, reduce the severity of crashes, reduce the morbidity and mortality impacts. But we're also going to have issues where it creates new kinds of crashes. There are going to be new interactions between various levels of automated systems and the people who are in the car, the people who are outside the car, the environment as a whole, and those are things that really need to be significantly researched. And I just want to raise that issue because there are the known unknowns that we are looking into, and then there are certainly a lot of unknown unknowns that are going to be found in the future and are going to have to get developed into systems before they're ready to be released to the public, because especially with drivers, people have wide variation in their physical and cognitive abilities. There's going to be wide variation in the vehicles themselves. There's going to be differences in the environments. I mean, right now it's sunny and beautiful. Earlier today it was raining, and I'm sure somewhere it's snowing. All of these things need to get put together, and it's going to be very complicated, especially with elderly drivers, drivers with little experience, drivers who are possibly impaired. And if we have systems of any level, whether it's the systems that we have now of collision avoidance braking to full autonomy, which is going to come somewhere far in the future, all these things are going to have to contain a very significant human systems component. And I want to say that we need to spend a lot more effort on research as university labs, in research labs within the suppliers, within the auto manufacturers, to develop these systems so that they're safe, effective, and adopted by the public, and are adopted also as the future of mobility for the roads. Thank you.
So our next speaker is Chris Urmson. You didn't say the notorious Chris Urmson. So Administrator Rosekind, NHTSA panelists, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Really appreciate it. I think we're all here today because we agree that the traditional regulatory approach is struggling to keep pace with innovations in safety technology in general, and self-driving cars specifically. I think we're also here because we agree that safety on our roads is our primary aim. That's my team's primary motivation. None of us here today disagree on the goal, but there's clearly a variety of opinions about how to get there. In the last workshop in Washington, D.C., some people said they thought it was too soon to have fully autonomous cars on the streets, that the technology isn't ready yet, and that only once a standard is written down should the cars be allowed. That safety is best served by slowing down the development of the technology. We fundamentally disagree, and we believe that the history of technology development in the auto industry endorses our view. We have a proud history in the U.S. of introducing new safety innovations into our fleet. As manufacturers iterate and as consumers adopt the new technology, industry standards evolve, and eventually a rulemaking process gives us federal standards. That's how it has worked for safety innovation across the decades, from seat belts to electronic stability control. And at every stage, consumers, technologists, and regulators have been united in the desire to improve safety through innovation. As a result, our roads have gotten safer. That process requires real-life application of technology, real-life experience, and real-life data to allow the technology to make its way into the market and improve along the way. You can't just test it in a lab. We believe that our country cannot go slowly on safety. Despite the progress made, our roads are still unsafe for people. 90 people die on U.S. streets every day due to motor vehicle accidents, and that number increased by about 8% in 2015 alone. The concern should not be that the technology comes too soon, but that it comes too late. We do recognize, however, that the use of using the old tools and approaches to govern the introduction of self-driving cars is challenging. It feels like we have a slow and rigid 20th century approach to a fast-moving 21st century technology. Cars that are fully autonomous, where there is no human involved in the task, challenge our human concepts and experience of control. Even if the data suggests that humans are pretty bad drivers, some people feel we need more proof that cars without humans are safe. And cars And cars that still involve humans, L2 or L3 level automation, need to demonstrate that the driver can still be a good safety backup when the systems fail. If we rely upon a rulemaking approach to provide the public with the safety assurances they want, states, as we are now seeing, will intervene to fill the gap. We have seen 15 states propose bespoke laws over the last 12 months, all of which have different scope and different definitions. A patchwork is developing, and allowing that to continue will create complications for interstate commerce. But more worryingly, states are also developing new bespoke methods to validate the safety of cars. As an example, take California's recent proposal that manufacturers submit detailed data reports to the DMV as an attempt to provide a safety stamp on self-driving cars, yet they admittedly lack the necessary expertise or resources to interpret that data. Vehicle safety standards are not the expertise of these states, and expecting them to take this role will only lead to inconsistent safety requirements that make it difficult for manufacturers, but more importantly, won't provide the public with the assurance that self-driving vehicles operating in different states are providing the appropriate level of safety. This is why we think NHTSA needs to act. In every other vehicle safety area of importance, NHTSA provides this leadership. Self-driving cars should be no different. We would like NHTSA to be the expert authority for the nation on this issue. We believe there are two primary aspects to this role. Firstly, for NHTSA to clearly define the role that the state should play. States should continue doing what they do now, establish the licensing, titling, registration, and traffic safety laws that govern vehicle operation and driver requirements. Secondly, to review and adjust regulations for FMVSS to ensure that new types of vehicles that are custom-made for self-driving are possible. We will be submitting written proposals to the docket, but for now I want to say that we are open to new ideas for ways that manufacturers can introduce life-saving innovations whilst also demonstrating safety and due process. On the first topic, providing guidance for states, we recommend NHTSA look to the approaches used by other locations such as South Australia, the UK, and Sweden, who have developed tailored approaches to facilitate self-driving car operations without any standards being published or agreed. We do not believe state legislation is necessary in this field, and some U.S. states will not want to put any new rules in place either. But for those states looking for safety oversight, NHTSA should develop guidance that builds on these international innovations. On the second topic, reviewing FMVSS, we propose that Congress should give NHTSA the power to be able to approve new safety-enhancing technology features on full-speed vehicles without the need to issue a new or amended regulation. If we don't fix this process, other parts of the world will beat the United States, providing this technology to their citizens. Finally, we do want to encourage a broader discussion. NHTSA's authority and proposed guidance may be limited to safety, and this, of course, is an important question and topic, but not the only one. This technology provides transformative opportunities across the board, and we encourage a wider discussion. For example, how to improve the quality of life for all citizens by providing access to individual mobility. There must be a place in this conversation for people who are currently excluded from driving, be it the elderly, disabled, or poor, as these are the people who would benefit most. We also would like to understand how to ensure discuss how to ensure the best outcome for the environment. One of the great opportunities is for land dedicated to parking to be reused and cars to be better shared. But city laws set these rules, not the federal or state governments, and we need a new approach from cities to incentivize good and smart use of self-driving cars. We applaud the Smart Cities initiative in pushing this agenda. And then finally, how to enable city redesign. Public transit could be one of the leading platforms for using self-driving tech, buying autonomous minivans rather than expensive buses, and customizing the service in real time to meet the needs and demands of the people waiting for transportation to come. But federal standards determine what kinds of vehicles cities can use for transit. This needs attention. I'll conclude where I began. We all believe that road safety is of the utmost importance. Despite at times there being disparate voices in the room today, we're all pulling in the same direction, that of safer roads, and we appreciate and applaud the urgency with which NHTSA is working to provide guidance in this space. Without it, the numerous benefits of self-driving vehicles that we've heard about today will be stuck in a quagmire of differing state-to-state regulations. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Maybe one question related to data. Obviously, we heard lots of data talked about today, and various different panelists have talked about disengagement reports and things of that nature, which really only tells sort of one side of the story. And I wondered if you could offer sort of from your perspective, sort of the other side, which is where things are working well, they're just not being necessarily reported in that fashion.
No, absolutely. I think one of the challenges we have when we talk about self-driving vehicles and data is that right now we're really only kind of observing the the negative elements of the statistics, right? Because of the public reporting requirements, we report these disengagements, which from our perspective are actually really positive, right? These are opportunities where our vehicle, where we really learned something in depth about response on the road, but it certainly cast in the way that others in the room have. When we look at the examples that we've shown, and I've shown in other talks, where our vehicles are actually avoiding reckless drivers on the road, we think there's a lot of data that can be mined there and perhaps shared over time. I think the deepest question, though, is really understanding the baseline of human performance on the road. We put out these reports that and report all of the collisions that our vehicles have. And many of those collisions, actually all of them today, would not have risen to the level where we would have any record of them in the public database. And so our ability to kind of compare apples to apples performance between human-driven vehicles and self-driven vehicles isn't there. And so developing that baseline analysis would be key to it. We made a first attempt to that working with VTTI and using the SHARP2 database that NHTSA and DOT funded to kind of get that initial analysis. And what was compelling from that data, and there's a lot of asterisks, and I wouldn't want to kind of overstate the case, but was that our vehicles and test drivers together are already performing within error, comparable or better than human driving. So we're excited about the promise, but building that baseline argument will be a huge, huge deal for us.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
So our next speaker will be Robert Heelman.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Rob Heilman. That was pretty close. And I'm with VQuest. What's important about that is that we're principally supporting the Department of Defense. And that's primarily in the realm of test and evaluation, and specifically an organization within the Office of the Secretary of Defense called the Test Resource Management Center. This organization is responsible for oversight of DoD's national test infrastructure, as well as investing in test technologies and capabilities. This also crafts the department's strategic plan for test resources. Given the concern of cyber as it relates to autonomous vehicles, it's relevant to also point out that this organization is responsible for DoD's National Cyber Range, which is where DoD tests other cyber systems and resiliency against cyber attack of just about any system. The director of that organization, Test Resource Management Center, is also the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Developmental Testing. In that capacity, the organization is responsible for the methodologies and policies associated with developmental testing across the DoD, as well as being the functional leader of the T&E Test and Evaluation career workforce. What brings me here today is to make you aware of an ongoing study by this organization examining what DoD will need to do to test and evaluate autonomous systems in the future. As you can imagine, the Department of Defense has a profound interest in autonomy. The study is investigating the requirements in test infrastructure, methods, tools, and expertise to adequately assess the performance, limits, capabilities, safety, and risks associated with the deployment of autonomous systems across the military structure. It is certainly in the best interest of all stakeholders across the autonomy community that we strive towards a degree of consistency, continuity, and hopefully reciprocity among federal and state regulatory and policy agencies, to include our organization. It is also in the best interest of this community at large to share best practices and lessons learned, which really brings me to my purpose today. The organization I support is keenly interested in this as it pertains in the manner in which we will test and evaluate autonomous systems moving forward. This includes a litany of test considerations to include test methodologies, test standards, architectures, technologies, metrics, measures, instrumentation, the data that we're going to extract, and the analytics associated with that data. Additionally, the community would benefit from collaborating on autonomous systems validation, verification, accreditation, certification, and licensing, both at the system level as well as the autonomous component level. One of the ways that the department is looking at procuring autonomy in the future is to have platform agnostic autonomous functions that we would deliver and then basically be able to move from platform to platform. This is particularly of interest to us if it is accomplished and expedited through common test cases and test scenarios. We are developing such cases and scenarios, and we welcome the opportunity to share those with the community. Connected cars will be a precursor to full AV. In this area, the techniques and requirements for testing vehicle-to-vehicle communication, vehicle-to-infrastructure comms, and vehicle-to-the-cloud data transfer is of particular interest to the Department of Defense as the organization explores the concepts of operation involving the teaming of autonomous systems. Finally, we are addressing the test methods surrounding what some would label black box testing, in which you simply immerse a system in a controlled environment, execute a scenario in which you stimulate the system either directly or through manipulation of that environment with the intention of inducing a predicted behavior. And then you limit your evaluation to instrumenting the primary interfaces and observing the resulting action. This is in contrast to what some in our realm of testing would call white box testing of autonomous systems, in which the tester has a means to gain insight or introspection into the world model created by the system to facilitate a semantic perception of its surroundings. The reasoning functions based on that perception, which in turn translates into decisions and then ultimately behavior. In this manner, we move from merely witnessing what a system does to understanding why it made the decision to do what it did. To gain a sufficient body of evidence to certify a system is safe in a manner to engender trust, which of these approaches is warranted? It's something that we are discussing and to a degree debating across our community, and we would welcome you in that dialogue. We also welcome industry in that dialogue. And I'll go off script for one moment, that when in the world of testing, you gather data. With that data, you analyze it, and you try to learn lessons. You feed it back into a systems engineering loop and apply those lessons to the next iteration. I think the community needs to be a little bit careful about how we cast test failures, what kind of a light we put those in. Because without test failures, we never learn. So if we continue to operate in a manner in which any entity is disincentivized from being completely transparent with their test data, then that'll prove a disservice to the community at large. The organization I support welcomes collaboration with the Department of Transportation, NHTSA, and especially industry to discover innovative solutions to these questions that I've posed today. We wish to share our ideas, practices, and the lessons we've learned and learn from you as well. Thank you very much and have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Maybe one question, maybe a follow-up question.
Yes, sir.
When you talk about the kind of features that you're looking at and having them be transportable from vehicle to vehicle or from platform to platform, let's say, are those typically kind of warfighting vehicles, or are you also looking at kind of road vehicles that would run around bases and things like that?
Both.
Both.
Both. The full realm, the full spectrum of our operations, to everything from logistics, which we have convoys, right, to more the traditional operations that you would consider in a military.
So including vehicles with and without controls?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. We see an interesting world arising in which we're going to have autonomous systems intermingling with human-controlled systems, and therein which poses some significant challenges for us, and I imagine for the rest of the community as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Tim Kenley Clay.
Hey, guys. Okay. Change. In a way, it's life's great constant. Given that I think it's prudent to always adopt a posture which is adaptable. I think what's great about today is that the regulators are meeting with the innovators to ask the one and same question, which is, how do we work together as a team to make mobility wonderful? By way of introduction, my name is Tim Kentley Clay. I am the co-founder and chief troublemaker at a Silicon Valley-based startup that was founded to pioneer autonomous mobility called Zoox. Zoox was actually founded in this building less than 2 years ago. My Chief Technology Officer and co-founder, Dr. Jesse Levinson, was completing his postdoc here in autonomous vehicles under the supervision of Professor Sebastian Thrun. And he invited me into this room to share my vision on mobility. And when we walked out and his drive team was there, one of them said, "You're not a crackhead." I was like, "Excuse me?" And he said, "You're not a crackhead. Your ideas are really good. We get a lot of crackheads here." And I was like, "Okay, thank you. Okay." And then Jesse said to the guys, like, "Tim and I are thinking of doing this thing. We're going to start a company. Do you guys want to help?" And they sort of looked at each other, shrugged their shoulders and said, "Yeah, okay." And that was the beginning of Zoox. And between then and now, on our test facility, which is just behind the dish here, an amazing group of courageous doers and thinkers and pioneers have created a ground-up, on-demand, electric autonomous point-to-point mobility service. And when I'm on that campus, there's an app in my phone and I can press a button, and one of our autonomous vehicles, understanding where it is in the world and understanding what's happening around it in the world, will drive through the road network to come to rest where I am. When I'm inside, I push another button and that vehicle takes me to where I want to go. I don't do anything apart from that. And when I get out, that vehicle then goes and does that for someone else. And I think that's a really amazing thing, that entire dance happens with zero human intervention. I think that's a profound thing. And I think it's also very important. It's important because today in San Francisco, 40% of the congestion is drivers circling looking for car parks. Today in Beijing, 40% of the particulate matter pollution is coming from vehicles. Today, our automotive products are utilized for 4% of the year. We love our environment. When we make a product, we want to know that it's going to get used a lot. We want to know that the finite resources we put into it are going to get great utility. And so this system is used throughout the day, 365 days a year, which I think is wonderful. It's also important because our families are traumatized by distracted driving around the globe every day. And this system that we're building at Zoox, we believe, has the ability not to change that in an incremental way, but actually to create a step change where we can really make a dramatic impact on those negatives and also the positives of enjoying getting around our cities. And so the question really is, how do the regulators and the innovators work together to bring this into the marketplace? I think that's going to require flexible thinking. You know, the know-how of how you put a bridle into a horse's mouth to put the reins over the head are irrelevant to an automobile. In the same way, a regulation around the field of view of a driver to a side mirror is irrelevant to a fully autonomous vehicle. I've actually read all of the federal motor vehicle safety standards. It was a thrilling weekend. My conclusion at the end was that if you had never seen an automobile and you were asked to design one and comply with those standards, you'd actually sketch a Toyota Camry. And so I think that this technology is so new, we can't do incrementalism. We can't do dispensation on line-by-line items of a regulatory framework that was created for human driving. We need NHTSA to be empowered by Congress to work with the innovators in a safe way to create an informed debate, an informed discussion that's intelligent. And it's about going back to first principles, asking the question, well, why was that regulation created? And does this new technology meet or indeed vastly exceed the spirit of that regulation? And if we have the data to show that that's the case, then we should have the courage to deploy it, because the benefits, we all know, are real. And so what we want to see is the innovators working with the regulators. It's not about going too fast or too slow, but in an informed way and a pragmatic way to bring what is a very new technology into the marketplace. And I think if we can do that as a team, then we can create a step change that will make mobility wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Not to sound like a broken record, but you mentioned data and providing the data to show that it's safe. I don't know if you use the word safe, but to prove that it's worthy to put on the roads. since the guidelines that we're contemplating would cover both testing and operation, any thoughts on what that data looks like?
Yeah, I mean, that's quite a broad question. And we are in stealth mode, and we actually have some really unique thoughts at Zoox about how to create this system in a pragmatic way that can bring it into the marketplace. And so I'd be probably happy, not to avoid the question, but to have that discussion offline, because we have some really good thoughts around that.
Sure. Thank you. You guys? Great.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Catherine Yeel.
So as the mother of 3 kids, I want to echo the remarks of Susan about the revolution of the automatic washing machine. It's huge. So I'm Katie Yale, Director of Government Affairs for Volvo Cars. I want to thank Administrator Rosekind and all the NHTSA staff for holding this important public hearing. Your work to establish federal guidelines is very important to Volvo Cars. We strongly support your effort. We first called for federal guidelines back in 2012, and this past October, we called for federal guidelines on operation. This past January, my CEO stood with Secretary Fox when he announced that guidelines would be out in 6 months. So we're not hesitating, and we urge you not to hesitate either with regard to this life-saving technology. As has been stated by several speakers already, but it can't be overstated, over 94% of all crashes are due to human error, and in 2016, traffic fatalities remain at epidemic levels. At Volvo Cars, we are appalled that 1.2 million people are killed in traffic crashes annually, with 33,000 of those occurring in the U.S. We know that advances in autonomous and active safety technologies will be essential to reduce this number dramatically. That is why autonomous and active safety systems are critical for Volvo's Vision 2020 goal. Volvo's Vision 2020 goal states that no one should be killed or seriously injured in a new Volvo by the year 2020. So Volvo Cars also strongly supports NHTSA's recent proposal to include crash avoidance technologies in US NCAP, or the New Car Assessment Program. In addition, autonomous driving will have a short-term and long-term impact on congestion and the environment. These improvements will lead to improved fuel efficiency and a reduction in carbon emissions globally. So the safety and environmental impacts are clear, but we need to all work together to assure we have an effective consumer education program and a consistent national framework for AD. I want to be very clear that Volvo Cars believes that truly autonomous vehicles, i.e. SAE Level 4, should be the goal. This is where we see the true benefit of this technology. We should not stifle this development with laws or regulations that limit advancements to Level 2 or 3. The benefits will not be realized unless vehicles are truly autonomous. By this, I mean that when a driver hands over control to the vehicle, the driver is no longer responsible for monitoring the system. The system does the work and does not rely on the driver as a fallback. The car will be able to handle the situations that occur on the road. In addition, Volvo Cars will accept full responsibility when our cars are in Level 4 autonomous mode. As has been stated by others, federal guidelines are needed to avoid this patchwork of varying state requirements that will deter AD technology. Over the last few years, 24 states have introduced over 50 different bills on autonomous technology. Thus, the U.S. runs the risk of slowing down the development and introduction of autonomous technologies by making it difficult for car makers to test, develop, certify, and sell AD cars. Volvo Cars believe guidelines, which can easily be updated, is the right approach because technology is advancing so quickly. In 2017, Volvo Cars will launch the Drive Me program in Gothenburg, Sweden. So in just 1 year's time, there will be up to 100 autonomous vehicles with real customers on public roads in Sweden. This program will be the largest autonomous driving pilot to date and the only program with real customers in autonomous cars. Drive Me will give us integral insights into the societal benefits of making autonomous vehicles a natural part of the traffic environment and will help us to fine-tune our cars for our customers. The Drive Me program is a reality because all the key stakeholders are involved. The Swedish government, the city of Gothenburg, traffic authorities, universities, and manufacturers are all working together to make it a reality. Volvo Cars will also be planning similar Drive Me programs in China, and actually just announced last night or this morning, whatever time zone you're on, we will do a pilot in London. Our goal is also to do a pilot project in the United States eventually. Volvo Cars is proud to be a founding member of the newly announced Self-Driving Coalition for Safer Streets. We look forward to working with the other founding members and spokesman David Strickland to enable safe and rapid deployment of AD vehicles. The U.S. is on a path to achieving this kind of coordination, but we must continue to foster an environment of cooperation and exchange of ideas as we develop, test, and introduce this new technology to the public, so we can all achieve a safer and cleaner and more productive future. We must have a consistent national framework so autonomous vehicles can seamlessly cross state lines. Thank you.
We have next Rich Lau. Okay. We'll go to Lawrence Garwin.
Hello, my name is Lawrence Garwin. I'm a pedestrian and bicyclist. I have a background in mechanical engineering and sustainable living technologies. So I imagine that everybody in this room would identify with being either a cyclist or pedestrian at least part of the time. And I'd like to think that in some ways, you as the regulators of, and the rest of you as perhaps the manufacturers and designers of autonomous vehicles, we are your worst nightmare. We're out on the road, sharing with cars in very thin skins. We are nearly naked. People in cars have crumple zones, they have a hardened shell, they have airbags and seat belts protecting them from other vehicles. Pedestrians and cyclists, and to some extent motorcyclists, do not. I look forward to autonomous vehicles in that they'll most likely be much more predictable than human-driven vehicles. For instance, when I come to an intersection and I look to see if a car is going to turn, I look for a turn signal. Sometimes a car turns without a turn signal. Sometimes the car goes straight with its turn signal on. I feel like I can't trust that message. Heck, maybe even there's a bulb out and one turn signal is working, but the one I can see isn't. When it comes to autonomous vehicles, well, I should go on further and say that I often require communication with the driver of a vehicle before making my next move. Before I step into the street as a pedestrian, I want to see that the car recognizes I'm there and is either stopping or is going in a different direction. But that acknowledgement that I exist is huge. Again, as a cyclist, how many times have I come up to a stop sign, the car has the right of way, but they wave me on because they don't want me as being a vulnerable road user out of their view. So I understand that. Some cyclists are trained by that kind of behavior to not stop at stop signs. So cyclists and pedestrians can often be, and also we don't have to have licenses, can be unpredictable. So one thing that I would like to see with autonomous vehicles is a form of feedback. First of all, yes, they're in autonomous mode, so that I can say, okay, they'll be following certain regulations that a car driver might not just because they're unreliable. Also, I would love to see some kind of feedback. I mean, it would be great if there was a torso of a crash dummy on the front of every car. You know, it's had eyes and arms, and it could wave and talk to people and say, okay, yeah, you go ahead, or like, no, you get out of here, I've got the right of way. It's not very aerodynamic, it's not likely it'll happen. But I'm sure technologies like an array of LEDs on the hood or on the roof might actually say, okay, I see you, a certain light pops up. If it's a certain color in that direction, it means that I identify you as a pedestrian or I identify you as a cyclist. There are things to think about. Another possibility is, you know, as a cyclist, I wear lights so people can see me better. How about having very cheap or free transmitters that vulnerable road users can wear, that all vehicles will see them even if they're behind a line of people or behind a sign, or lighting conditions are such they're hard to see. I mean, too often I think of a situation where, like in San Francisco, there's a lot of fatalities from cyclists and pedestrians being hit by cars that have a green light to turn right. they don't see the pedestrian stepping out. Maybe they don't see the cyclist that's on their right. And how do we avoid these things? So far, we haven't been very good at it, but say if there's someone running along the sidewalk who's behind a number of people and about to get onto a sidewalk, that person could be tracked by their radio transmitter. So it's like, oh yeah, there's someone moving fast. I can't see them, but they're about to pop up and end up on the sidewalk. So there's technologies for this. It's a question of will they be available? Are pedestrians and cyclists important enough for these things to be available for free or cheap to them? And will they be designed in the systems? I guess I'll return to that whole question. I hear that some automakers aren't interested in having it known to other road users whether their car is in autonomous vehicle mode or not. And like I say, I think it's really important to know that, because maybe it's in AV mode, you make eye contact with the person driving, but for some reason the car doesn't acknowledge you're there or that you might be at risk from them. So it's like, okay, who's really running the show? Is it the car? Is it the person? I guess I'll finish up with that and hope that the vulnerable users are fully kept in mind as you go forward in making guidelines and regulations in this space. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a David Agnew here?
All right, so I think that concludes today's public meeting. We have ran through all the speakers, and we are early, which is good. Thank you for that. The docket will remain open until I believe the date is May 9th. So those folks, even if you did not speak and you'd like to give public comment, that's the process to do so. You heard a number of folks say they were going to supplement their public comments here with written comments, so those will also be available in the docket when they do that. Appreciate everybody's input today, your attention, your professionalism as we go through this process. Thank you very much, and safe travels home.